For a quarter of a century since its inception in 1990, the Australian Ladies Masters has become one of the most significant women's sporting events in Australia. And the Royal Pines Resort is a truly magnificent location for a 72-hole tournament that features some of the greatest names and exciting new faces in women's golf. Australia's very own Kari Webb came to the Gold Coast looking to celebrate win number 9, but her weekend got off to a horrible start. The Queen of Golf was dethroned yesterday. The defending champion's exit leaves the door open for some emerging talent, like American Katie Burnett in just her second year as a professional. And coming off a fantastic year on the LPGA circuit in just her third pro year, long-hitting Jessica Korda is here again. This is one American that loves winning in Australia.
Yes, indeed! The winner is Jessica Korda.
Making history in the Solheim Cup last year, Caroline Hedval and Charlie Hull are part of a pack of quality European players making the trek down under. And the stars just keep coming. The Tigers' niece is set to pounce. Cheyenne Woods is making a name for herself and she's here to get noticed. It is certainly a world-class field with 25 countries represented here on the Gold Coast, and we're proud to share this event with 120 million households around the world. The Sisters of Swing are back. It's the 2014 Volvik RACV Ladies Masters. From the depths of a European winter where the world's best Olympians have gathered to play, the world's best golfers have travelled halfway across the globe to an Australian summer, where we're celebrating 25 years of hits on the Gold Coast. The Royal Pines Resort is the venue for the 2014 Australian Ladies Masters, and it's really a magnificent location. A couple of years ago, we came here after torrential rain. Back then, the ground staff worked miracles to get the course playable. No such dramas this year. The Royal Pines is in magnificent condition, and we are perched high above the course here on top of the resort hotel, where it is truly an amazing view. Hello, I'm Stephanie Brantz. With me, two-time winner of this event, Jane Crafter. And Jane, the talking point here is about the sensational events leading up to the disqualification of Kari Webb late yesterday.
Yeah, Kari working so hard on the back nine to try and get to the point where she could make the cut. And alas, when she got into the scorer's hut, players are responsible for making sure that every score on each hole is correct. And alas, that was not so. She signed for an incorrect scorecard. And you have to believe that she's so devastated, not only for herself, her family that comes down every year to watch her play, her nieces and nephews, and also the sponsors and the fans. You know, she's got such a following. Not only here in Queensland, but all around the country. And so I know that she's extremely disappointed. You know, she drove away, she didn't want to speak to the press. She sort of drove away, just sort of steely-eyed. You couldn't really see a lot of emotion, but you know inside that she was bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, indeed, a devastating turn of events for Kari Webb yesterday, and the news was announced to the waiting media by LET Tournament Director Fraser Munro.
Yes, it was brought to our attention that there was potentially a score that Kari disputed. Unfortunately, in this situation, she'd been into recording and signed for what she thought was the correct score, and she had a 5 on the 12th hole on her scorecard, but she actually had a 6, so she breached what we would call Rule 6.6b, signing for an incorrect score that was lower than the score that she'd actually taken. I don't know if everyone knows, but there has been a change in par this year. The 9th hole's now a par 5. So she had in her head that she was 2 over par, and then just signed her scorecard and left the recording area. And of course, we have the recording area fenced off there, so once you've left that, you can't make any subsequent changes to your scorecard.
Yes, truly disappointing for a player that's been so successful at this course, Jane Crafter, and I think her disappointment was illustrated by the tweet she sent out last night.
Yeah, last night. Kari, fairly new to Twitter, but, you know, I followed her and I noticed on Twitter that she'd, you know, pointed this out, that she's really upset and apologises to all the fans and especially the sponsors here at the Volvik RACV Ladies Masters. And, you know, Kari's had such an incredible record here on the Gold Coast. I mean, she's won this tournament 8 times. Look at how many under par she's been. And, you know, the rounds of the last couple of days are certainly not illustrative of how good she is on this course. So I know that she is so upset that she can't sort of try and roar back into contention at this tournament, and instead, you know, she'll be probably spending the weekend at the beach.
Indeed. Well, the Aussie contingent will be missing one Kari Webb, but the Australian Ladies Masters field remains a truly international one, Jane.
Oh, it certainly does. We've got 25 countries represented, and it's fun to see all the Ladies European Tour players come down here. They love coming down to the summer, and it's been so cold in Europe, and it hasn't been a whole lot better in America. And we do have a few of the American stars as well, alongside our great ALPG players.
Well, at the halfway point of the tournament, it's the USA and South Africa, Jane, that have a share of the clubhouse lead, and Cheyenne Woods, wow, she might have the genetics of the Woods family, but that game is all her own.
It certainly is, you know, and she spent last year on the LET really travelling on her own and just learning how to play the game in all sorts of different weather conditions, all sorts of different golf courses, and I really think it's helped her a lot. She's here also on her own, no entourage, like her uncle Tiger might have, but you know, she's a terrific kid. I really like her game, and perhaps this could be the breakthrough event for Cheyenne.
Certainly, and sharing the lead with her at 10 under the card is Stacey Lee Bregman, who, Jane, she's not new to the Pro Tour, but we don't hear a lot about her.
No, we really don't. She's been on the LET since 2007. And, you know, this past year she was 51st on their money list, but she did have a tie for second in her home country's Open last year. So we know she's got some ability, and she's been in Australia for a few weeks. Been playing quite well over the last few weeks, and so perhaps she might be rounding into form.
And just a shot behind those two, she will tee off with them today, Trish Johnson, and you'd have to say she's the veteran of the group.
She certainly is. At age 48, she's been a professional longer than Cheyenne Woods has actually been alive. And I think it's going to be fun to watch. You know, Trish is a life member of the LET. She's won 18 times on that tour, as well as 3 in America. So she's got terrific credentials, and along with that, just 7 Solheim Cups. So she knows how to play the game. You know, really enjoying a game, and you know, she has certainly the ability to win here.
Well, she knows how to lift a trophy, so let's find out how she goes today. It's time to head out to the course, and Sandra McKenzie.
Oh yes, Steph, I definitely have the best job in the business being out on the course with the players today. This golf course is in absolutely fantastic condition. The greens are beautiful, they're rolling really well. There's never as much break in them as the players often think, but the greens are superb, fairways are fantastic, so we're looking forward to some really red hot scoring today. Now we better take a look at the all-important weather conditions for today. It's going to be a top temperature of 28, humidity's up around 60%, the winds are up to 20 kilometres, although I've known in the last half hour that the winds have actually picked up a little bit. It's going to be blowing from the east and a little bit southeast as well, but mostly sunny day, just the most perfect conditions, and I'm really going to look forward to watching some really seriously great golf today. So let's get on with it. Up to Quentin in the commentary box.
Sandy, thank you. What a picture postcard Saturday afternoon we have for moving day at the 2014 Ladies Masters. And great to have the former England international Kate Burton alongside me for this first stint across the weekend. We've got some good names there. We had the casualty of last night, so everyone's just on tenterhooks for this third round.
Certainly indeed, but it is a rather congested leaderboard, and good players out there indeed.
And Cheyenne Woods, who was the joint overnight leader with the South African Stacey Bregman, has dropped a shot early on. She bogeyed the par 4 second hole, so she's back down to 9 under, but there are the names. Bregman at 10 under, Johnson and Woods at 9 under, and the chasing brigade. A couple of familiar names, a couple that we're not too familiar with as well.
Yes, certainly. Min Sun Kim from Korea, what a talent she is. And Katie Burnett, a player we haven't heard too much about, but plays both on the Ladies European Tour and the LPGA.
So there's the group down to 5 under. So let's get out onto the course, and our overnight joint leader Cheyenne Woods there just pacing out and working things out for her second on the third. So this group, the veteran Englishwoman, the South African. Well, she's a bit of a...
You're calling her a veteran. Is she going to be happy about that,
well,
Trish Johnson?
Life members get that status, don't they?
Yeah, she is one of the older players out here, but... talented group of players. Let's hear what they're having to say.
Blue umbrella, that caddy there. Anywhere in that range, you've got to knock it down in there, and it'll chip up the green.
Do you think I can go?
See what have we got? Oh yeah, we can go.
We can go.
Absolutely, yeah. Hit it back, yeah, of course you can.
The wise words of Mardy Lunn talking to Trish Johnson.
We're finishing on that card to that person on the left of the green, maybe.
It's that tricky time of day. It seems that hole by hole conditions are changing, as Sandy mentioned.
Off the right now, pal, yeah. Stand, please.
Down.
Well, she gave it a good hit. Bree, she said, was coming from the right.
One of the most experienced players in contention, certainly at this point of the tournament. 21 wins around the world. Predominantly in Europe, but also a three-time winner in the US.
Well, dropped a shot at the second, Cheyenne Woods. And not surprising to see players favour the left side because it's a watery end if you do venture right. Water does board the fairway as you get towards the green.
There was a tension on her as soon as she turned up, and now she's in contention. The focus will narrow. And what will we learn of the South African this weekend? Stacey Bregman.
Well, here she is, first outing to Royal Pines, enjoying her time here. Every player says it feels like, you know, they're coming home to Australia. They love being here. Managed to pack in a few things while they're here too, but she is the leader. Her second shot.
And that tells the tale.
And also, well, elected to go with an iron as well. Not many of the players will be able to get on here in two. Is playing slightly into the breeze, the easterly breeze, and choosing to lay up, but also going left.
She had a pretty good week last week, tied for 11th at the New Zealand Open. But so much focus is on this young woman, Cheyenne Woods. Let's learn a little bit more about her. Sandy had a chat to the young star before she strode out today.
Well, Cheyenne, welcome back to Australia. Your second visit here?
It is, yeah, my second year. It's good to be back. I remember last year I had so much fun, and the course is beautiful here, so it's been a good week so far.
Have you had a chance to get out and about a little bit and have a look at a bit of scenery?
Not too much. I went to the mall yesterday, so that was kind of exciting. But last year I did go to the wildlife park, and that was fun. And I've been to the beach before, so I've definitely seen the Gold Coast area, so it's nice.
Okay, we'll get to golf. -10, co-leader halfway through. You're playing some great golf.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good week. I'm really happy with where my game is right now, so just taking one hole at a time, one day at a time.
Have you been in this position before where you've been like in the lead going into the weekend at all?
No, not in a bigger tour like this. A mini tour event, yes. I did have the lead last year going into a Spanish event after the first round, but this is a first for me, so I'm really taking everything in, and like I said, just one shot at a time.
Now, you spent a full season last year in Europe. How did you enjoy that?
I loved it. European tour was great for me. I was able to travel. I got to know a lot of the girls. The golf was amazing. Overall, it was a great year for me.
Back onto the Symetra Tour in the States to try and get that elusive tour card?
Yeah, I'll be playing mainly Symetra, working for that top 10 on the money list because the LPGA is the ultimate goal. But I'll also be playing European Tour whenever the schedules work with mine. So hopefully that will be good, and so I look forward to it.
Well, you're playing some great golf, and we look forward to watching you over the weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, she's certainly emerging from the shadow of her famous uncle this weekend. Great when you see the headline, Woods in the lead. You automatically think of Tiger, but it isn't Tiger, it is his niece, Cheyenne.
Out of Phoenix, Arizona, and well, she went to the mall, among other things.
Most girls do, you know, it's a pretty popular pastime. She's got that $1 million smile, hasn't she, like Tiger?
So polished. So So just the 23 years of age and 11 events on the European Tour last year. She loved travelling just to get to that part of the world. She hadn't been to Europe before playing there last year.
Yes, and she also played on the LPGA, as she said, so she packed her suitcase up a number of times, and it's all about just getting match experience, just getting out there on the golf course. You know, a disproportionate amount of time and attention is focused on her, because if you look at her rankings, her Rolex rankings in the world, she's, you know, about 350, 360. But, you know, obviously carrying that name carries an awful lot of attention wherever she goes. And I think she handles it incredibly well. She doesn't get fed up of those questions, oh, what's it like being Tiger's niece?
Well, the players are winning on 3 today, averaging a quarter of a shot under par. The 19 birdies and just well, the 2 over par. 1 bogey, 1 double.
So first to play in the group is Stacey Lee Bregman.
She had 71, 75 and 67 last week. So a good finish. 5 under finish to finish 3 under for the tournament, 6 behind the winner, Mi Hyung Lee. It will be Woods, in fact, to play.
Nice shot from Cheyenne Woods, sit down. Oh, greens seem to be drying out, certainly. Now, Stacey Lee Bregman coming out of the shadows.
77 for Stacey coming out of the shade over there. Plenty of room to work with. The pin's well back and on the right-hand side.
Got to chase up. No, she's on the dance floor. No harm done, but putting from long range.
Well, it's only early in the afternoon, but look at that flag. You can hear it in the sound effects microphone as well. That characteristic southeast Queensland wind is starting to make its presence felt.
Yes, it might cool the players down because temperatures are soaring, but you know, it's difficult to contend with because it swirls around, certainly on some parts of the golf course. It makes it quite difficult to judge the distance. Difficult shot here for Trish Johnson, one of the hardest shots in golf, the long-range bunker shot.
It is, Kate. It's about 45 yards for Trish. Ball's laying okay, though. Plenty of room. Just got to chase it up a little bit here.
Come on, release. Oh, made a pretty good fist of that as well. Hello, Sandy was talking in yards then. I think we're in meters this week, aren't we? We're down under.
You'll get there eventually. So that's the last group on this, the Saturday of the Ladies Masters 2014. They're on the green at 3, and Bregman the leader by 1, with Johnson Woods close behind. And Charlie Hull, the exciting Englishwoman, not far away as well. So let's head to 8.
And a chance to check in with Alison Whitaker from Australia. Going along well. She's currently 4 under par. This for a birdie. Oh, beautifully holed. And that certainly takes up into contention, just outside the top 10, but in a tie for 11th.
Birdies on 1, 3 and 8 now for the Australian. Back to the green at 3, and our leading group.
Players here actually do. They've got birdie opportunities, but most of them are pretty much from long range. And these par 5s around this golf course is where you really need to make a score.
Yes, how's the wind picking up, Sandy?
I tell you what, Kate, it's lovely because it's keeping the humidity down. But there is quite a reasonable amount of wind. It's going to make them really think around the course today. But playing temperature is just beautiful.
So Bregman first to putt, and let's look on high, zoom down in. Yes, that's Stacey Lee in the distance. To move to 11 under. Well, after a disappointment on the fairway, I'm surprised the putter didn't get a thwack after that one as well. "27 years of age, out of South Africa, Stacey Lee, or as she prefers, just Stacey Bregman, and well, some decent results there in the last couple of years, most notably that tie for third at the British Masters.
Yes, searching for her first win. Will be extremely welcome here. Now, here's Cheyenne Woods. Very makeable birdie putt for the young American.
And she's got it. She gets the shot back she dropped earlier on. Cheyenne Woods back to 10 under after an early bogey. She finds a lovely birdie on 3.
A lot of these putts are pretty straight, especially when you get closer to the hole. And beautiful putt. So that steadies the ship.
Johnson for birdie. Oh. had a bit of wobble about it.
She said she hold everything yesterday. The putter was certainly hot. She was even surprised by herself how well she putted. But, well, that one remains above ground, but no drop shots. So she remains even par for the day and at 9 under the card.
And as they say, there's a bit of golf in this for par for Stacey Bregman.
So to remain in the joint lead now with Cheyenne Woods, it's just that length. Certainly gets your attention.
Oh, nicely holed. So as they started the day, Bregman and Woods co-leaders at -10. Now the second last group to tee off today, a couple of exciting young players, among them the Swede Camilla Lennart. This is the group featuring the teenager from England, Charlie Hull, and also the American Katie Burnett.
And this is Charlie Hull, just 17 years old, from England. What a talent. Oh, and she underlines that by hitting a superb shot close here on the 4th hole. Superb round yesterday of 66, equal low round with Tris Johnson. And I think we can expect some great things from Charlie Hull this year. Now reaching that bunker, and that's a fair whack off the tee. Here's Katie Burnett.
Look to get good purchase out of the sand.
You're always going to get a little bit of spin on it from that lie, but no harm done. New addition to the golf course, that bunker. But, not much of a lip on it, so not a real problem for the players.
She's 24 years of age, out of Georgia in the States. Katie Burnett, just beyond the 200 in the world rankings, so she'll be hoping for a good week here. She did play in the Bahamas in the first of the LPGA events of the year, where she missed the cut. Our lead group on 4.
Can be quite a difficult drive off the 4th hole. Cheyenne Woods to tee off first.
Just going to make sure, Kate, that the bunker on the right has always been a problem. But it's only 220 to get over it. But now that one on the left is just going to get your attention a little more, makes it tighter. If you can negotiate those, it's not a long shot in here. Cheyenne Woods now has got this going a little bit to the left. Oh, there's water over there, and it's taken a decent kick, but it's going to pull up in the bit longer rough.
Yeah, she hasn't got close to the bunker, and just in that light, fluffy rough.
Woods finds the rough. The forensics of the 4th here at Royal Pines.
Well, it's just 341 yards, so distance certainly isn't a problem. But as Sandy said, it's all about getting a good drive away. And the ideal line, the Tiger line, is to fly it over the the left-hand side of that right fairway trap. And then that's the fast track, and it will scuttle on down the fairway. Obviously got to be careful of that new bunker that's been added to the golf course this year. And then it's really nothing more than just a wedge in. It's playing exactly at its par, just yielding 7 birdies so far. Here's Tris Johnson.
Breeze just blowing slightly into them from the right. That's a good-looking tee shot from Trish. That has absolutely split the fairway.
Well, it's a good group to be following, Sandy.
Oh, I'm not complaining, Kate. I'm rather enjoying being out here.
Let's go ahead. And the Swede, Lennart, out of the trap. Still a bit of work there. So back down the hole.
All the way back to the tee.
This one also starting just down the centre. It's just going to move a little bit to the left-hand side, but it'll be on the fairway.
And a good drive from Stacey Lee Bregman. Seeing most players choosing not to go with a driver on the 4th. All about position.
Well, this is a long birdie putt for the American. Gave one back on the opening hole today. She bogeyed one. Hasn't just been able to pull that one back. The next group has an Australian, a Chinese and a Korean. And the young Australian Min Ji Lee, the amateur star out of Western Australia.
Whoa, what a superb putt for the young player. And what a talented group these three are. That is... Now.
Lennart for par.
Splashed out from the bunker.
Oh, what a good save.
Should be extremely pleased to get away with a 4 there. Keeps her at 6 under par.
Beautiful scene. It really is the picture postcard Saturday afternoon.
And what a fabulous place to come and play golf, even if you're not playing professional golf.
If you're not playing, you're at the beach, you'd think today.
Well, you might have gone to the beach this morning and then headed out for a round this afternoon.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, you see, I'm learning.
And we want to learn a bit more about this young talent. She seems like she's born to dominate world golf, leaving school as a teenager, only 17 years of age.
Ball remains above ground, but talking of Charlie Hull, yes, an enormous talent and one of the most down-to-earth golfers you could possibly hope to meet.
Well, most people leave school as teenagers, but she was 13 when she went down the home-schooled path just so she could play more golf.
It's always a big decision, isn't it, on what to do, and yeah, for her it has proven to be the right decision. She's come out as a professional and had an incredibly impressive first year on the Ladies European Tour with 5 runner-up positions, and then of course that remarkable performance in the Solheim Cup. That's Katie Burnett tapping in for par.
So 2 of the 3 finding the short stuff in the last group, coming down 4, but a bit of trouble for Woods.
Stacey Lee Bregman will be the first of these three to go. Now she's 1-3-2 from the flag. Breeze has just swung around a little bit. It's feeling a little more in their back now. The problem they've got here is the pin is only on 12 and just 6 from the left-hand side. Not a lot of room to work with. You don't want to be past this flag. It is very, very slick coming back. Started that a fraction right to the flag, just trying to move back a little bit. It's going to be pretty much in the centre there. Pretty good shot.
Yeah, good percentage shot from Bregman. Outside chance.
And Sandy, we've heard about the rough here changing a little. What's your experience of it early on this Saturday?
Yeah, well, this is a tough shot. This is laying fairly deep. The problem she's got is they've grown the rough out around the green further. Now, she knows this is going to run. Oh, she's got that going well right. I think she's tried to play it to the right-hand side. And that didn't come out as planned.
Some major renovation to start on the course on Monday, but temporarily they've changed the rough here. Trying to get it to eat into the fairways, make it a little tougher.
123 to the flag for Trish. Wind's just picking up a little bit as she's standing over the ball. Oh, now she started this well left. No, wasn't one of her better shots.
No, hand came off the club pretty quickly. So, well, Stacey Lee Bregman in the driving seat. And at the top of the leaderboard was Cheyenne Woods on 10 under par.
But Woods struggling to save her par on 4. The two Englishwomen chasing, Johnson and Hull, and then it's So Young Lee and Maria Hernandez at 6 under, along with Min Ji Lee, Katie Burnett and Camilla Lennart, as they chase the South African and the American. First of the par 3s at Royal Pines is hole 5.
Well, today it's playing 144 metres to the pin. Breeze normally helps. Oh, that looks good. Sit down. Always so hard for it to sit down. It's down grain. Very hard to get much action on these greens, but would look good from where she was.
Now, this is the 16-year-old out of Korea, So Young Lee, up at 7 with her third.
Made a pretty good fist of that, So Young Lee. 16.
Jessica Korda there.
They're just getting younger and younger, and we're getting older and older. Now, Katie Burnett.
Very deliberate backswing, wasn't it? And she really did rip through in the release.
Yeah, no wonder she broke an 8-iron yesterday. Oh no, it was Stacey Lee Bregman, wasn't it, that broke her 8-iron?
Now tough up and down here for the joint leader.
Oh, sit down.
She's putted well, but that's going to ask quite a lot of Cheyenne.
Trish Johnson wasn't best pleased with her approach.
Yeah, she needs to be very careful with this too. Not a lot of room. There's a little mound there. It's going to bounce off.
Good try from Johnson, who couldn't be happier to be down here. The weather back home, she said, was absolutely horrendous. Shocking winds, rain. Nowhere else you'd rather be than here right now.
Oh, and that chases on nicely for the Swede. Big birdie opportunity for Camilla Lenneth coming up.
That's a super shot, one of the best we've seen here the last couple of days. Well played.
Some tough work for this last group on the green.
We join the leaders here at the back of the fourth. Stacey Lee Bregman putting out from South Africa.
Very makeable putt, this one, Kate. It's coming straight up the hill.
Stays on deck, doesn't disappear from view, so looks like she's got a pretty easy finish there to stay at -10. And now our first look at the former Australian Open winner, Jessica Korda, fresh off a success in the Bahamas.
Birdie opportunity. Oh, the putt grazes past the hole, not to be. Started off so well, opened her campaign here with a round of 5 under, and then it hasn't gone quite so well for her since then, but she's, hey, right in contention this weekend. A lot of golf to be played.
And this would be a major escape for Woods if she could drone this for par. So she'll lose her place in the joint lead. Just goes one back with that bogey. So she's mixed it about a bit to start today. Par, bogey, birdie, bogey for Woods.
Now let's go back to Jessica Korda at the 7th, looking to hold out for par. Oh,
dear me.
Three putt. So frustrating for the players. Oh, she wasn't happy, maybe thought it bumped a little bit. But...
So now Johnson for par on 4. She takes care of business. So to the par 3 now. Long birdie putt for the Englishwoman. Not to be there, but she's got tongues wagging around the world of golf, and Sandy had a chat to the young Englishwoman before she was out on the course today.
Well, a young lady who certainly made her presence felt worldwide at the Solheim Cup. Charlie Hull, welcome to Australia.
Thank you. It's my first time here and I'm really enjoying it.
Charlie, you really did make your presence felt last year in the Solheim Cup. That must have been an extraordinary experience for you.
Yeah, it was really good. You know, the week went by very quickly. It's weird because I can't really remember much of it. I think because I was so focused. And then I had to play the Canadian Women's Open the week after, so it was kind of like I had to forget about it straight away and carry on with my next event.
And now here's Burnett for her birdie, playing in the group with Hull. Just didn't push it. Now Bregman for par.
Good putt for Bregman. Keeps her at 10 under. Sole possession of the lead by 1 over Trish Johnson and Cheyenne Woods.
Can she finish off after a great tee shot, Camilla Lenneth? And that's a nice 2 for the statuesque Swede.
That's an excellent 2. I'm starting to notice, Quentin, more and more players, I was talking about this with Jane Crafter as well, are putting with left hand low. See a lot of players on the LPGA.
So here's the 16-year-old at 7. Oh, dear me, is there some type of vortex around that hole? Yes, Korda had the same fate. tiddlers that have gone awry there. Last group now on the tee block at 5.
Well, it was very still conditions when Trish was picking her club out there, and it's just picked up. This is right at it. Well, it's a nice looking shot, but it doesn't hold well, this green.
No, Sandy, we've seen a number of players just scuttle on through to the back. It would have looked fantastic from where they were standing. Just trying to get that little bit more check on the green when it lands.
Doesn't seem to be a huge group with you, Sandy.
Yes, not the crowd out here following this last group that we usually have, but they're sort of milling all over the golf course today. There's people dotted everywhere, so there's good golf wherever you look. I guess there's plenty up following Jess Corder. There always is. Now Stacey Lee Bregman. Breeze just coming behind them, fractionally from their right-hand side. Now that's going a little left of the flag as well. We'll pick up the green. Just going to move away a little bit there, Kate. All slopes down towards the water on that side.
Ah, but not a bad result, though. Pin high. Oh, she gave it a kiss. Yeah. I wonder if it was her 8-iron. She wrapped her 8-iron around a tree yesterday, not in anger, we should add. It just got in the way of her swing.
Well, that's what she's telling everyone anyway.
Yeah, well, I'd be upset if she was angry on the first hole, as it happened on the first. So, no, but she had it reshafted and it's back in the bag today.
Now Cheyenne Woods, she's got off to a mixed bag, and this is going well left.
Ooh, sit down.
Needs to sit down. No, that's okay.
Well, it's got to sit down. Oh, and it has just stayed on the apron. But obviously, when you just pull it off a little, pull it over a little bit.
And Trish Johnson, with so much experience, trudging down 5, and had a chat to Sandy before the play of today.
Trish, you bring a wealth of experience to this event. You have been around for a long time, and the record's been fantastic. You must love the fact you're just sitting one behind the leaders.
Yeah, I'm enjoying myself, Sandy. I'm playing very well. I have been playing well for quite a while, but this week putters worked pretty well. Well, yesterday it worked phenomenally well. So I'm just trying to, do exactly the same things, and with a chance the same as everybody else. But I'm looking forward to the weekend. It should be good.
You still play a really full tour schedule, don't you? You're playing every week.
Yeah, definitely. I can't see that stopping. To be honest, I enjoy playing more now than probably I ever have done, and to a certain extent I'm a much better player now. Just the standards improved.
Now I want to ask you, because you have had a number of years on the tour, what are the big differences that you notice? Because you're now out here with a lot of very young girls with big entourages. It must have changed dramatically.
Yes, it has, yeah. Not necessarily for the better to a certain extent, because I think there's a lot less interaction, there's a lot less fun, that's for sure, and people are a little bit too serious for my liking, but that's the way of the world. It's as simple as that. I think, as I said yesterday, I don't think the standard has improved the amount of players. I don't think the top players are any better. As I said, I don't think anybody could ever be better than Laura was when she was world #1. I just don't believe that. But there's just so many players that are so capable, and as I say, half of them I've never heard of. So it's tough to win.
You do find that every year this whole heap of new players come out on tour, and it's really hard to keep up with who's who and who's a potential winner every week. It could be different all the time.
Yeah, well, tour school is one of the things. You get all these people come from tour school, and you think, well, in the past maybe there's 1 or 2. Now there could be 10 or 20 that are quite capable of winning. So, it keeps you on your toes at the end of the day. I have been out here a long time, but I've got more determination to win now than I probably had when I was a kid. So, we'll see.
Well, as I said, you've got a wealth of experience, and it's going to be really fun watching you in the mix over the weekend.
Thanks, Andy. I'll try my best.
Looks like she's really enjoying being in contention, and if she can move further up the leaderboard on the Saturday, I'm sure she'll be even more excited tomorrow. We're excited to welcome back Jane Crafter, and Peter Wilkins will be alongside.
Well, thanks very much, Quentin. Now we're looking at Cheyenne, her birdie putt here at number 5, and completely misjudged the pace on that one. Certainly wasn't the best of shots into this par 3. A lot of work left to do, Peter Wilkins, for young Cheyenne.
Absolutely, Jane. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. Magnificent conditions for golf, though that breeze a little fluky, and it's making the red figures hard to come by. Here's Alison Whittaker, though, going well.
Yeah, nice to see Alison, native of Melbourne, Victoria, playing so well. And yeah, the wind is really picking up. And it's pretty much the main defence of this golf course, really. It's the afternoon sea breeze that comes off the water.
Now Trish Johnson for a birdie putt.
She certainly judged the pace much better than Cheyenne Woods. A straightforward par on this hole for Trish.
Taps in. Now it's Trish Johnson, 9 under after 5 holes. Alison Whittaker, this is for a birdie at the 9th hole. Birdied the 8th, so this would be handy. Send her out in 33 and does so.
Oh, huge talent. Was a member of the Australian national team and has represented Australia many, many times. Been a pro for just a few years now.
Joined the Victoria
European
Golf
Tour.
Club at 13 years of age.
Yeah, not
nice
bad.
place to join.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing that next week. As the Australian Open heads down there as we watch Stacey Bregman. See if she can make a birdie.
A little bit of a misjudgment and a bit of work to do for Stacey Lee Bregman.
A nice golf swing. I watched her a little bit on the range this morning. Hadn't seen much of her before. And very compact, good, solid fundamentals. So not surprised that she is playing well this week.
Well, it's a chance for someone to spring up and grab this tournament. Curry Webb out of the picture, disappointingly. This for par for Cheyenne. We saw a tiddler missed by Jessica Corder. That was a head scratcher. Not a great deal of confidence in that stroke.
No, it looked a little bit wishy-washy, didn't it? And the wind can certainly, as the wind starts to pick up, it can really play havoc with your balance and can blow the golf balls around on the greens out here at Royal Pines. So tough start for Cheyenne. She's really got to sort of step back and you know, reassess how things are going and calm herself down. And okay, one hole at a time.
Like she did yesterday, refocusing after bogeying the 18th and going on to hole out on the first hole. Well, hold. Lee Bregman, Johannesburg born, and she is at 10 under after 5 holes. The leaderboard, early stages, round 3. Stacey Lee Bregman from South Africa at 10 under par. Trish Johnson at 9 under. Cheyenne Woods 8 under, looking to stem that flow backwards. Charlie Hull, the dynamic young English woman, if we call her that, 7 under. Camilla Lennarth at 7 under as well. Minjee Lee, the amateur, going well too. What a talent. Min Sun Kim, Katie Burnett, they're all there in the Ladies Masters at Royal Pines. Now working through the first 9 and the 6th hole, the par 4, 345 metres, 377 yards. Jane, you'd know it well.
Well, I do know it well, and traditionally it's been a pretty tough hole as a par 4. And playing 345 metres here at Royal Pines, they've really scalloped in the fairway. You can see it really curves around that fairway bunker. You must avoid that, although it's a long way to that fairway bunker now, 230 metres. So if you can just stay a little bit short of that, the approach shot into relatively flat green, just a slight tier in the back of it, and the hole today located on that back tier on the right hand side as we watch Trish.
Trish Johnson's tee, quite a strong breeze. Now that's just hanging in the air. It's down the right hand side, just wants to skip away from those trees. She'll get a clear swing, but I'll run over there and have a check on how it's laying.
Yeah, the wind can really blow down this hole, Peter, and that seems to be what it's doing today. Pretty much into them off the left, Sandy, or?
Yeah, it is. It nearly feels more straight into them. Jane, fractionally from the left, but it's a bit of hang time in this breeze on this hole.
So it looks like it's coming more out of the southeast now, which is pretty traditional, Sandy, isn't it, here?
Yeah, moved round to the normal position. We always find this hole pretty much plays into the breeze. It's a pretty straightforward hole, but the wind is the factor here.
Well, he's signalled the ball's okay, but he might be in the line of sight. Maybe just a few paces to the left.
Well, as a marshal, he needs to see the ball too, I suppose.
Well, Stacey Lee Bregman, a massive rugby fan, supports the Springboks day in, day out.
Given herself plenty of opportunity, Stacey. She's put it close enough to make birdies, but nothing's gone for her yet. If she can get that putter moving, she looks good. This one started more down the left-hand side, just moving back into the centre. That's going to be absolutely fine. But again, it's hanging up in the air, so it shows how strong this breeze is.
Now Cheyenne Woods lining up with the colourful driver. 2 behind Bregman at 8 under. Certainly not out of the picture. Needs a good one here.
Cheyenne's driving has been the issue up to this point, but that is a better one. Perfect.
Yeah, that had nice trajectory on it, Sandy. Went way past Stacey Bregman's. Good penetrating ball flight into the wind.
Miami, Florida. I'm dead serious. You stayed in Miami, can't you?
Yes, yeah. But it's Florida.
It's Florida.
Now Charlie Hull, a little bit of a pickle. The third shot on the par 4 6th. So work to do. Head down. Scratchy little number. So the bogey looms there at best. Magnificent day on the Gold Coast and people filtering into the course at the resort this morning. Masses of people queuing up for breakfast. And no doubt today and tomorrow there'll be a lot of people out on the course, perhaps welcoming a brand new champion, someone who hasn't won a tournament. As we look down the bottom of the screen, you can see your favourite player, pick up where they are and what hole they're on. Carolyn Headwell, a lot of people might have fancied her this week. 2 under. She started the day at 2 under. She's playing the 12th. Charlie Hull, a player in our line of sight at the moment. Stacey Keating, not going so well. And Sandy, we've got a good shot of you. Welcome to you, Sandy. You've got the best job in the world today. And you're going to be enjoying that today and tomorrow. It's very hard to pick the winner at this stage.
I know, and I always have to try and tell everybody that I am actually working. I know it doesn't look like it, but I get the best seat in the house, and it doesn't get any better than this. Just having a little look at Trisha's ball just sitting over here. It's actually laying okay. It's pretty thin, so not too much trouble there for Trish. She's got a little low-hanging branch here, but 123 from the front. No, not too much drama for her.
The only issue, Sandy, is that the flag is all the way in the back today, 20 metres on. So, you know, with the breeze, it's certainly going to be a good shot to get it all the way back there.
Yeah, it is, Jane. And as I walked up this fairway, the breeze just felt stronger and stronger. And it's amazing how this particular hole on this golf course always feels like the wind is so much stronger than any other part of the course.
Yeah, I agree. This one and number 8, I think, are the two that stand out to me. And they have moved this tee box back over the last couple of years too, so it certainly is playing all of its length.
Now Charlie Hull, this dynamic youngster from Kettering, 5 seconds in the first 6 tournaments.
And she's got a terrific all-round game. She's going to need it here to try and get up and down. Not the best effort there.
Trish Johnson yesterday after her round reflected on the pathway for a lot of these young players who start at 16. They're in the gym. It's a full-on profession for them from a very young age, and she just wonders whether they can eke out the sort of career that she has, playing at 48 years of age, loving every minute of it. You've got Laura Davies out there as well, the former three-time winner. She's been here and still competing.
Yeah, times have certainly changed. I can't imagine young Charlie Hull playing at age 50 like Laura Davies. But then again, you know, the money is a lure for these young players. They can make a lot of money at an early age, and then perhaps time to do something completely different, Peter.
Charlie Hull back to 5 under. That's a blow.
Yeah.
And she's going to have to refocus, and we'll do that too. Plays with a great joie de vivre, or joie de vivre. Not French. Need to work on that a little bit. As we see Johnson.
I understood you, Pete. So Trish Johnson, by the look of it, Sandy, will be away.
Well, I just wonder what Trish is doing. She's selected the club. Whether or not she's going to play this short of the green. No, they're leaving the green now. It's been quite a wait. I think she is actually going to wait for Stacey. She'll be first to go.
The flag doesn't look like it's blowing that much up at the green.
It is, Jane.
There it goes now.
It is.
Oh, wow, look at that. That looks pretty inviting, doesn't it?
It's a playground, the Gold Coast, the water, golf. What you like.
At the moment.
Now Stacey Lee Bregman.
Let's just trust it then.
Vital stage mentally for a lot of these players. They look at the leaderboard and they think that this tournament is right for the plucking.
You like this, dude?
Yeah,
like I need to fall behind.
Correct. Important stages,
Okay.
the early to middle
Left of the
stages
flag?
That should be fine.
of the penultimate round.
Well, the key for Stacey here is just pure and simple, the wind. It's just a flat shot in. There's nothing in front of you. Into a flat green, but
Correct.
got to get the club right.
You can hear her say, just have to commit to it.
.154 straight into a strong breeze. Now the line is good. It's just hanging to the right. Is it enough?
Oh, that's a good shot. Just trundles towards the back of the green, but that's on the correct level, Sandy. That's well done. So
Bregman
easy
with
to come up
5
short there, Pete.
straight pars, a chance for a birdie. Johnson, she's had an eternity to try and come up with the right strategy for this shot.
Just keeping it off the back foot a little bit to punch it through this breeze. Now that is hanging a little bit to the right. I think it may have picked up the bunker.
Eight Solheim Cups, 21 tournament victories, 3 times on the LPGA in Las Vegas, Atlanta. And we're a first couple with within a week and a bit.
Now this time from the centre of the fairway for Cheyenne Woods. This is a pretty good looking shot if she's got the club.
Yeah, just comes up just a whisker short, but very, very nicely done. It's not much of a tear, you know, that it shows it in the yardage book, but just a very gentle slope.
Cheyenne Woods, who holed out from a bunker yesterday for a birdie, and that eagle off the fairway. She's a couple behind at the moment. Stacey Lee Bregman leading the way at 10 under with an outside chance for a birdie on the 6th. Trish Johnson hanging tough at 9 under. Cheyenne Woods at 8 under. Whittaker, Lee and Kim on the front page. Now at the 7th hole, a par 4. Katie Burnett's 4 behind.
220 metres to carry that fairway bunker that sits on the left. But she said, no, I'm just going to go straight down the middle of the fairway, and that is ideal. Really long players can run out of fairway. There's some water at the end, but I don't think that's going to happen today. We watch the young Swede. Oh,
Great
just
shot of
made
the
it.
ball flights. Successfully avoiding the bunker.
Oh, the rough's not too thick over there. That shouldn't be a problem. I walked a few holes with Charlie Hull and her father Dave on Tuesday. Actually, no, it was Monday afternoon. She arrived and she just came straight out to the golf course. That's a pretty impressive work ethic.
Well, just a prodigious talent from a very young age, beating the boys at 9 and 10 years of age and beating a lot of senior players at that age too. Third shot for Trish Johnson. Nice light. Oh, maybe about a 6.5.
Yeah, maybe 7. I'm an easy marker. These greens are in beautiful condition this year. They're a little bit firmer. Obviously, we haven't had the rain that we've had in previous seasons here. And no, they're rolling quite nicely. They're just a little bit over 10 on the stimp meter. And Trish only had 22 putts yesterday. That'll work.
Oh, that'll work.
Yep.
Can she keep it going today? Keep the putter hot. Now Bregman, this long range birdie attempt. Stacey Lee Bregman for birdie. Oh, a little bit of a teaser. Might not have had the line quite right, but a fine lagging putt, and she'll make another par. That's 6 for the day for Stacey Lee Bregman. She remains the leader at 10 under par.
A pretty good solid start for the young South African. It hasn't been a stellar career on the Ladies European Tour. It's been pretty solid. She's had some good finishes. Now, I think a very important putt right now for Cheyenne. If she can get this in the hole, make a birdie on one of the more difficult holes, this will really settle her down and put her in good stead for the rest of the round.
Hasn't hit it.
No, that was a very short, quick stroke. Perhaps a little nerves. She hasn't been in this position before, and it is a big stage.
Yeah, she's been exploring the European Tour, Symmetra Tour, and really out of the limelight, and all of a sudden she's been bounced back into it, courtesy of that round yesterday. As we see the aerial view of Camilla Lenarth and the shot in front of her at the 7th, the par 4, out of this light rough.
Hole today on the lower right side of this two-tiered green. Sounded like a good solid strike. Perhaps got a little bit of grass between the club and the ball. I've always found, Peter, that this hole, it's very difficult to judge your shot. Tends to play uphill a tad more than it looks. Very easy to come up short.
Now, par putt for Johnson to stay within one shot of the leader. Oh,
yes.
Well holed.
Oh, well done. And neat to see that, you know, she really is having fun with her game right now. Charlie Hull.
Safely on. That's another outside chance for a birdie there, coming off that disappointing double bogey.
Yeah, there aren't too many double bogeys that aren't disappointing, are there? I haven't met too many I'm fond of.
Depends how high your standards are.
Katie Burnett out of Brunswick, Georgia, plays most of her golf at the Sea Island Resort, and I tell you what, if you've ever been there, that's a pretty nice spot.
Experienced at playing in the wind. Now just a short Firm one for Cheyenne Woods. Straight into the back. Sidey's up for par and remains at 8 under par after 6 holes today. Now the 7th hole as we approach it from the air. Two-time winner, Jane Crafter.
Well, Peter, this hole has been lengthened slightly over the years, but still you must avoid that fairway bunker down the right. This is just a slight dog leg around there. The really long hitters might have to lay back a little bit with the 3-wood, but ideally you can just pop it down there and have a short iron into the green. It's a two-tiered green. There's a little bit of a ridge that bisects the green sort of from front to back, so it's a lower right side and a higher left side, and the hole today on that right side, just 5 paces on and 8 off the right. So not easy really to hold this green either.
Now Trish has started this down the right-hand side. It's moving a little further right. Now when this lands, it's going to kick further into the trees. Going to be very, very tough with this front right pin.
Yes. I couldn't agree more, Sandy.
You've called that perfectly, Sandy. It's ended up in the official's cart almost, under a wheel.
Not a lot of room down this fairway. This is another one looking a little right as well. It may just kick off and it's going to into the edge of the rough, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's going to make the approach shot rather difficult because you're not going to get much spin at all on the ball from there. And this green has traditionally been hard to hold.
Very awkward green, this one, Jane, of course, because it sits wide across the fairway. Not much depth to it, so you really need to have a good angle in, and you need to be on the fairway because you've got to be able to get some sort of spin. Now Cheyenne Woods.
Yeah, green's very dry this year, so hitting the fairway is imperative.
And that is a really good-looking drive,
Yeah,
straight down the centre.
She ripped that one. Swing is very solid. I'm quite impressed with Cheyenne's swing.
Yeah, just watching her to this point, she's just been really nervous, and I think most of those shots have just been through pure nerves.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the learning experience, you know. Just one full year on the Ladies European Tour.
Now, Camilla Lenarth, who went to a summer golf camp when she was 8 years old in Stockholm.
Oh, lovely, lovely little chip shot there.
Now, a while ago, we had a look at Alison Whittaker. Went out in 33. This is for a par at the 11th hole. Safely in.
Yeah, playing very nicely. A tie for 4th right now.
Now this will be a good confidence booster for the youngster after that aberration. Oh, a delightful putt. Just grazes the right edge. She might have thought that was going to continue on that line, and then it just leaked away. Five under after 7 holes. And a wry smile as she, at this point, would have thought, oh, come on. Just went the other way. That's not going to bother her too much. That's one of the best features of a game, the composure. Birdie putt for Katie Burnett. Seven under par after 7 holes. And back down to Sandy.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at where these players. This is the ball of Stacey Lee Bregman here. She's 1-3-5 from the front of the green. Ball's laying okay there, but if we move over to the right, Trish Johnson is about a metre in front of a tree. Now, she's got a clear swing, but it's not going to be easy. Very, very thin lie. And then we bomb it all the way down the fairway, and it's just 111 to the front for Cheyenne Woods, she has hit a ripping drive down here, makes a big difference.
Yeah, Sandy, how is the angle with Trish Johnson's shot? She got much of an angle at all? Or is she just going to have to hope and pray to get it to the front?
It's going to be tough, Jane, because the problem, she's got a clear shot. She's actually okay, but the ball's laying on a little bit of a thin downslope. Now, that is going to make it difficult because, as I said before, there is no depth to this green, and it's always hard to hold.
Anyways, it was right. With anything. So if I take it out the flag, it should just bring it.
The pin on this hole is just 5 paces on today, so not a lot of room. They've got a tail breeze, that makes it tougher. Coming out of the rough, it's 140 to the flag, but just 135 to the front of this green.
Only 6 birdies on this hole so far today, so it's playing as one of the tougher holes on the front 9.
A little heavy in the contact there, and that was always a bit of a possibility. Got to be careful of the hazard. Now it's kicking up, but of course going to come up well short, and it does leave it a very difficult little pitch up this hill.
Yeah, and it looked like it nestled down in some pretty thick Bermuda there too, Sandy.
Straight down, is it?
Oh, no, it should be here. I do, mate, yeah. Big ones move on there. Jump. Huh? Should be. Should be here.
135 for Trish. Just trying to get a line. It's a bit of a tight line, but she does have a clear view. Well, cleared all the trees, but got it going a little left of the flag, and this is going to be on the other side. That's going to make it a tough putt if it holds a green.
Yeah, it's still going.
It's going to be a long putt. It's not a bad effort. Almost the longest putt you can have on that green. The putter was working yesterday. It's a task in front of her. Cheyenne Woods, meanwhile, way down the fairway.
Just 116. And this is right on the flag. If the club's right, it's good.
Oh, it never bounces up on this green. It just is so exasperating. You think you've hit it perfectly.
Now, the young amateur, 16-year-old So-Young Lee.
And they move this hole back to how it's traditionally played as a par 5. Good looking shot. Oh, almost.
It's a beauty. And just a tap in. So a good effort from another one of the rising youngsters. The other amateur, West Australian Minjee Lee.
Peter successfully defended her Australian amateur title last week.
Oh, what a wonderful putt too. Cool as you like.
Oh.
Almost no emotion. Yeah, that's a brilliant effort, isn't it? A 2-time Australian amateur champion at such a young age, the 17-year-old.
It's tremendous. I'm a big fan of Minjee Lee. Just a lovely young lady and a bit of a silent assassin.
So a highly congested leaderboard. Stacey Lee Bregman leading the way at 10 under. Trish Johnson, the veteran English woman, at 9 under. Cheyenne Woods at 8 under. On they go. Camilla Lennarth, the Swede. Kelly Tan, former Malaysian top amateur. And Beth Allen and Charlie Hull, all there. Just the tap in for the youngster. Well played, set up by that beautiful pitch in close. 6 under in the zone. That's a wonderful aerial view Royal Pines course just in majestic condition. It's been fluffed up by a little bit of rain during the week. It's looking a picture.
Well, this is not going to be the easiest of shots. Downwind out of the thick grass to a very firm green.
No, precision plus here. This is really tough. Ball is sitting down. Not really sure how it's going to come out, and that's got to stop. You know what? It's not bad from where she was.
Well, the good thing is, Sandy, that she didn't make the mistake of leaving it short. And at least now she has a putt.
Yeah, that could have easily happened, Jane. So it's okay. She's still got a putt there for par.
Yeah.
Trish Johnson may hope. Oh, Trish Johnson may hope she's that close.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is a cross-country effort for sure. Just down a little bit of a ridge that cuts through this green. It's not really that steep, so there's a good view of it. Caddy Marty Lunn. Marty's sister Karen is now the executive director of the ALPG, Sandy, as we know well, and doing a very nice job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, Karen, at the moment. Big role to take on.
Back to the Swede, Camilla Lennarth. 4 behind. The par 4 8th hole, very statuesque.
Nice solid swing. I like the way she stays down and through the ball.
Now we saw the shot in by Trish Johnson way up the back of the green. She'd take 2 right now.
Oh, that's lovely touch. Tremendous effort. See if Charlie can judge it a little bit better than Camilla Lennart. It's Bermuda grass, not easy to get really crisp contact, Peter, out of the rough. Tough to judge.
Yeah, a lot have come up short. Katie Burnett now. Sounded like some groans of disappointment that she left a little bit out to the right, but it's not that far away.
They're hard markers, these players these days.
Now from the front of the 7th, Cheyenne Woods to go to 9 under par. Straight block it looked like, but then it was coming back. Maybe just a slight misread for Cheyenne.
Yeah, she would have liked the look of that second shot much more than the result, consequently, but
on moving day, no one's really climbing out to put a space between themselves and 1 or 2 other competitors. Stacey Lee Bregman is the leader, and this is a task for her. She's had 6 straight pars, and a tough one to keep that run going.
pretty straightforward grip for Stacey. Should break just a little bit to her right. She thought so, but it just stayed dead straight. That's a disappointing bogey. After not a bad drive, but so hard to make good crisp contact out of the fluffy Bermuda.
So we're going to have joint leaders again midway through the 3rd round of the Australian Ladies Masters.
You better watch out for Trish Johnson. She, as I said in the opener, Peter, she knows how to win. She knows how to hoist a trophy or two. And when you've got those sorts of experiences under your belt,
Health and safety here.
it's a big difference.
Now, Charlie Hull. Uphill birdie putt.
And a very, very slow putt. You can see how shiny it is looking from the back of the green down to the front. That means that this putt is into the green and it will just gobble up the ball. That wasn't the best effort.
Now the 8th hole at Royal Pines from the air as we zoom in. And Jane Crafter will talk us through it.
Yeah, this goes in the same direction as number 6, so the wind will be pretty much straight in their faces, and a very narrow area between that bunker that has the trees in it and very thick grouping of trees on the right. Most of the players these days are long and strong enough where they can fly that area, so just leaving maybe a medium to short iron into this green. The hole today is on 16 and just 7 off the left, and just up on top of a very slight ridge as well.
Yeah, hugging that left side today, the pin. And down watching, Sandy.
Yeah, well, Jane, as you said, you make this turn and it's the same as 6. The wind is just straight into their faces. Makes it a tough driving hole. It's not particularly wide there, and we've been coming here for years, and those little trees on the right aren't so little anymore.
No, they're
This is going well left. That is a miscue.
Yeah, and that has stayed short of the bunker, Sandy, and some quite thick Bermuda grass. So Trish perhaps losing a rhythm in this wind. It's going to be tough.
Well, she set herself a couple of tough tasks over the last hole or two.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of really good drives from Cheyenne Woods in the last couple of holes. She was pretty astray early on, so she just needs to get this back on track. She hasn't done a lot of Another beautiful drive.
Yeah, the gallery loved that one right off the bat. And Sandy, she's worked with the same coach back in Phoenix, Mike LeBeau, since she's 11 years old. So, you know, she's obviously pretty comfortable with the swing. She knows what it does, how it works. So hopefully she's sort of righted the ship.
I always loved.
Now Stacey Lee Bregman. Someone's walking on the cord down there, but we'll pick up Sandy in a moment.
Now,
and just seem to leave that to the right as well. So that was the story of the last hole in a sense, with Cheyenne Woods setting the standard right down the centre. Up ahead, this is Katie Burnett for a birdie putt across the green at the 8th.
Should have a little right to left break in this one.
She gave it some.
Oof. Just a little bit frisky.
Now up to the 12th hole. Alison Whittaker out in 33 today. 4 birdies. One player who's making a surge.
Oh, what a brilliant shot.
Clatters into the pin. That's her 3rd shot, so she'll have that for birdie. Wow.
Well, let's have another look at this. The ball in flight. Oh, almost wraps itself into the flag itself. Terrific shot.
And probably not a bad result. Sometimes when the ball cannons into the flag, it goes away 10 or 15 metres. Mind you, other times it drops straight down into the hole.
That's right. Let's see if Lennart can ease this one into the hole. Be fairly quick from left to right. Yes. Oh, beauty.
About a 270. That'll do for the Swede. She goes to 7 under par, and all of a sudden is just 2 behind the leaders at 9 under. There's the potted top of the leaderboard. Johnson, Bregman, Woods, and the amateur Minjee Lee after that splendid birdie. We'll give Burnett that par at the 8th hole. It's just had a little bit of work to do. It's a wonderful vista. Water. Lots of the local flora and fauna at this Royal Pines resort. Now, Sandy, come back in. Tell us again the dilemma for Trish Johnson.
Can I catch my breath? I've had to cover an awful lot of territory with
Doing
this.
well.
The news is not very good for two of the players anyhow. Trish Johnson is in some very heavy grass. Now you can see the ball, but it's very thick behind it. And the line is really bad here. She hasn't got a tree in front of her, but you've got a big hollow in front of the green, and it's rough all the way, and the pin is tucked on that front left.
Yeah, there's no real way that she can run this up unless she aims quite a bit to the right. Marty having a bit of an examination there.
No, I mean, whether it's going to come out hard or not. So I've got 6 iron, but if it comes out flying...
I don't think it's going to jump, Trish. I think there's too much grass behind it, mate. I think you can hit that hard. Got 73 the back anyway.
Well, this is where all her experience will hopefully come into play. Into a strong breeze. It's good contact. She's played it out a little bit to the right. You know what? That's pretty good. That was really awful where she was.
Yeah, I think she'd be well satisfied with that result. Pretty straightforward up and down from there. Yeah, it's not a very wide landing area between the fairway and that bunker. Stacey's lie doesn't look too bad there, Sandy.
Yeah, just on 130 for Stacey. She's got a bit of an issue with the tree hanging in front of her, but she should be able to keep it under that. Not a bad side to come in from, because she can keep it out to the right. Just keep it away from that front hollow and just let it sort of hopefully drift over towards that left pin.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot. She held the position for a long while. She was happy with it, and the result is a beauty from that position.
Well, third time in a row, Cheyenne is coming from the centre of the fairway. 1-2-7 to the flag. Wind straight into her. Pin tight left. Now this is good. It's right on the flag.
A couple of fine shots. Cheyenne Woods, a little bit of a spring in the step as she bounds up to this birdie opportunity. The leaderboard midway through round 3. The Ladies Masters. Trish Johnson and Stacey Lee Bregman share the lead at 9 under. Cheyenne Woods with a birdie opportunity at 8 under. And then Minjee Lee is there at 7. Well, after clattering into the flag, Alison Whittaker, now the big mover of the day, is to go to 7 under par. Well holed, well played, Alison Whittaker. That makes it 3 birdies in the last 5 holes for Alison Whittaker, and 5 all up today. She's vaulted up the leaderboard.
And from one former Australian national team member to a current one. And Minjee has finished school, so she has pretty much the year off to go all over the world and play some golf. She's off to China, then she's off to America. Look at this. I mean, this young lady, talk about Lydia Ko having a huge talent. Australia needs to be very proud of this young lady, and also Su Yun Oh. Both of those young amateurs have done Australia proud.
Absolutely. Now back at the 8th hole, Trish Johnson, after that difficult second shot from in the semi-rough near the tree and the sandy lie. Yep, Sandy.
You know, the ball's laying fine, but the thing Trish has got to be careful of, this is uphill all the way up to the green, and then it's quite a reasonable rise coming into the wind. She's got to get it up there. It's very easy to leave this short, and that's usually what has a tendency to happen from there.
Surprising she played it with a fairly lofted club. I would have thought perhaps like a little 8-iron might have been good there.
Yeah, a little runny shot, Jane.
Yep, looks like she used a sand wedge.
As we look at this brilliant view from the air down on the featured group. We're going to welcome back Kate Burton, say goodbye to Jane Crafter, who'll return shortly. And Quentin Hull will be stepping into the chair as well. And Trish Johnson, she's battling hard, battling that driver. And now has this for a par to stay in a share of the lead. Likewise, Cheyenne Woods has a chance to go into the lead as well, so we could see quite a twist and turn on the leaderboard right here.
Great putt there from Trish Johnson, keeps her at 9 under. So important to hold those, especially as we embark on the back 9. The wind is getting up. Let's jump ahead now to the 10th hole. Here's Jessica Corder splashing out from the greenside bunker. Oh, come on. Oh, superb effort. Proving to be the hardest hole on the golf course today. And Quentin, I think that's all about the new tee location. That new tee box has made the hole a lot more challenging.
The Woods day has been an interesting one. This would help. And back to 9 under for the overnight co-leader, and she rejoins the co-lead. Now a 3-way tie at -9.
And here's Stacey Lee Bregman. Oh, putt. Ball shaves past the cup, remains above ground. Opportunity missed for the South African.
And no problems coming back, so indeed it is. Johnson, Woods and Bregman, our last group, all with a share of the lead at -9 as they head to 9. And let's go ahead to 9, Minjee Lee. And this is for an eagle 3 to make it a 4-way go at the top of the leaderboard.
2 cracking blows to hear. Oh dear.
So a tap in to go to -8.
Nice when you've got those tap ins for birdies. So
Yes.
that moves her up to 8th, right in contention. Lovely run. She finishes her front 9. Couple of birdies to finish out in 35.
And from the 17-year-old to the 16-year-old, So Young Lee to move to -7.
Well, just struck it a little bit too confidently, took the break out of it and rushed past the hole. What all of these young players, Quentin, have is just no fear and a great deal of confidence. Talking about confidence, another player who exudes tons of it is this player, Charlie Hull. Well, coming a little bit unstuck here on the 9th, but it is a par 5.
She's going the Hackers route there from rough to rough. What a learning experience it is for her coming to Australia. And we expect so much of her already. Heroics at the Solheim Cup as Europe won in the States for the first time, and she beat Paula Creamer 5-4 to earn a valuable point there. So it had the world talking really about this young talent out of England. And at the other end of the spectrum, when you think of English women's golf, good to see Trish Johnson around about again.
Sorry, I should say it is a par 4, the 9th. It has been a par 5 in the past, but it is playing a par 4 today. It's par 73. Trish Johnson and Charlie Webb arrived together. They flew down together to Australia, arrived Monday. Having a good time out there, Sandy.
Having a great time. We've just had a bit of a laugh with Marty because, let you know, Trish Johnson has actually done something to her hip. Ooh. And she has a bit of a dodgy hip anyhow, but she's certainly done something to it. But Marty's just reminding of her age and a number of other things. And we were just discussing the fact that maybe carts for over 40s would be required.
Well, we'll have to have a look at a swing off the tee block here to see if that's going to affect a game.
Yeah, it is an injury.
More
she
serious
struggled.
note, isn't it?
Yeah, she struggled with that injury a little bit, but she's just tweaked it now, and it's giving her a little bit of grief. But Cheyenne Woods is first up after coming off a really good birdie there. Got to be careful. There is water on the left, but we usually see a lot of players struggle with that out of bounds on the right.
Just the 3 pars so far through 8 holes for Woods. 3 bogeys, 2 birdies.
Okay, so good drive again from Cheyenne Woods there. She did struggle early, but seems to be getting it all together. Now, Trish Johnson, take a really close look at this swing with a little bit of a hip issue. Well, it's very good contact, and didn't seem too many problems with that one. It split the fairway.
That's a cracking drive from Trish Johnson. Yeah, she's also not had a great deal of time to practice over the winter months. Let's have a closer look at her swing. Tries to keep the lower body still as much as she can, turning the shoulders, big wide arc. Fair bit of movement though in her lower body, in her legs in particular. It's probably just losing flexibility as she gets that little bit older. But maintains a superb, strong position at impact and gets right through the ball.
And now Bregman. Oh, she's not happy. Seems to just grab at that. Oh, it's got woody.
Do you know that just looked rather quick from the top of the backswing? She's quite a fiery competitor, Stacey Lee Bregman.
Got some luck with that ricochet, though. That could have been in a much worse position. I think there's some steam coming out of her ears. I can see as she marches down the fairway as we go back to Charlie Hull on 9. She's had a wayward route to here.
So
2 back for her par there.
Now, young Swedish player, Camilla Lennart.
See that flag being vigorously tugged by the afternoon breeze now. Keeps it low and runs it up nicely. That's a well-executed, well-planned approach from the Swede.
She's currently 1 over par, Lennart. Double bogeyed the 6th. Picked up a couple of shots, but then dropped a shot on the 6th hole.
Her background's predominantly in the US, where she was a very good collegiate player. But let's go ahead now to Katie Burnett.
Yeah, so many of these players have emerged from collegiate careers in America. Sit down. Yeah, always good. Just look how much that flag is fluttering, Quentin. You can see how hard it is to get some check and control on the golf ball. But a very promising birdie chance there for Katie Burnett.
So we're seeing the Saturday squeeze at Royal Pines with Johnson, Bregman and Woods all sharing the lead. They're playing together in the last group at 9 under. And some young talent chasing the Minjee Lee, the 2-time Australian amateur champ, 1 behind. Alison Whittaker not far back as well, along with Katie Burnett of the United States. The Swede Lennart, the 16-year-old So Young Lee, along with her countrywoman Min Sun Kim. Tan, Allen and Hull at 5 under. And those at 4, Clatton, Corder, Kirk, Hernandez and Zhang, with Lin rounding them out as the contenders on this Saturday.
You had a chance to get down to the beach the last couple of days, Quentin?
Too busy. I did have a hit around here the other day, though, to get a feel for the place.
It's certainly a superb location to come. So many of the players. International field assembled here this week, and for very good reason. It's a world-class event staged by Bob Toohey and his team. And also, there's no better place to come in February than the Gold Coast for a bit of golf.
And we've seen the players struggling with it, but for those of much less standard like yours truly, I mean, the pros are struggling to get any bite out of these putting surfaces with their approach shots, particularly with a bit of wind about.
So here is Charlie Hull putting for birdie from the back of the green. She has 3 coaches, and her putting coach is Andy Gorman. I'd actually put a good roll on it, just slides past the hole, and it's a bit of a knee knocker to contend with for her par. But one thing this player is, and she's brimful of confidence, and likes to keep it simple. So she goes up, finds the ball, hits it, walks up, finds it again, and gives it another whack. And you know, she doesn't give all that much more away.
So birdie here. Opportunity for Burnett to move to 8 under. Did not hit it, so she'll be out in an even par 37 if she doesn't make a blunder finishing off.
So back down the fairway, our final group are waiting. Can get home in 2 on this par 5. It's down breeze as well. Steve Walsh, Stacey Lee Bregman's caddy, who's been a very calming force on her, and I think she's going to need him. She seems like, you know, a fiery character out there. So Camilla Lennart, birdie chance here, up ahead at the green on the 9th. Again, once again, seeing that left hand low. Oh, and it worked. Superb.
And that gets her through the opening 9 in par. Having gone around about the place, double bogey on the second hole, 3 birdies along with another bogey.
Scoring is tough, and the rounds of the day being assembled so far by Alison Whittaker, who is 5 under. And Joanna Glatton is 6 under for her round. Oh, that was confidently struck.
Slams it into the back of the cup. So the blemish on 6 out in +2 to be -5 for the tournament.
Now, to remain at 7 under par, Katie Burnett.
7 pars, 1 bogey, 1 birdie, 37, as she goes to 10. Let's go inside the bag of Katie Burnett. What's the young American having with the tools of the trade out on course today?
Another first-time visitor to Australia, Katie Burnett, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to get out and about and have a little look around since you've been here?
Yeah, my roommate and I went to Currumbin Wildlife Park, probably the first or second day we were here, and pet some kangaroos and hold some koala bears.
Do the usual Australian stuff.
Yes, exactly.
You're playing very well at -7, just 3 behind the lead. How are you finding the golf course?
It's great. I mean, it's kind of sets up really well for my game. I like to hit a lot of drivers and a lot of wedges and stuff like that, so I really like the golf course. I like the way it's set up.
All right, now let's have a little look at your bag of clubs. The makeup of woods opposed to wedges, it's a big variety these days.
I have a 24-degree hybrid, which is actually in my hand at the moment, Titleist. And then I have this is a Ping 5-wood, a TaylorMade 3-wood rocket ball, and a Ping driver, and then everything else is Titleist pretty much.
I see the difference these days is so many players just stop at 6-iron and go to a lot of hybrids. You've still got the 5 in the bag.
I've actually had a 5 hybrid in my bag before, but then, you know, if you go into the trees or something, it's much better to have an iron to chip out with.
And you're carrying the 4 wedges?
Mm-hmm. Pitch and wedge, 50 degree, 56, and 60.
Oh, how the complexion of the golf bag has changed a great deal in the last 10 years. Some of the players out here will have 5 woods in the golf bag. You know, and certainly they can't have anything lower than a 6-iron. You're only, of course, allowed 14 clubs in the bag. Here's Bregman.
Looking to get on for 2 here. She's made good contact. But foul of the beach. Just reflecting a little on Katie Burnett's bag, to have 3 different brands of clubs.
It's whatever works at the end of the day.
Well, this is very reachable for Cheyenne Woods. It's a good-looking shot. She's played it just out to the right side of this fairway. We'll go close.
Well, this is a terrific eagle opportunity now for the overnight co-leader. Beautiful approach to 9. And just the iron for Trish Johnson.
Hoping to chase it down the fairway and get it close. Oh, no, but just turned it over a tad, and that's also in that greenside trap. Another slightly difficult shot for Trish Johnson. Do worry that hip is starting to niggle away at her. So what a great view of the 10th hole.
Looks a little different these days.
Certainly does. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see the new tee box. That has moved.
Yes, previously where the score has just come up on your bottom right of screen, that's where the tee area was, but now have to fly the water to find the fairway on this 348-metre par 4 to start the back 9.
And it's a really daunting drive. It's a tough drive, hardest hole on the golf course. So the 10th hole, you used to ease your way into the back 9. It was relatively straightforward, but now this certainly gives the golfers something to contend with and to think about.
Well, it's a par 4 averaging almost 4.5 today, 4.42. 4.43 to be exact, 4.426, so rounded up to 4.43. So there you go, almost half a shot over par on average today for this new looking 10th hole.
Where the wind is coming, it's easterly, southeasterly. It's going to come from the players' right, slightly hurting them. It's very easy to run out of fairway. The line off the tee is at the bunker, because that's 265 metres away. But very easy to just leak it a little bit right, given the angle where these players are teeing off and running out of the fairway.
Gives us a great opportunity to show some wonderful pictures off the tee here. She looks like she's got power. She's got long levers, Swede.
She's going to need it. Camilla Lennart. See, and that's the problem. They've brought the rough in just that little bit more, eating into the fairway. No, it's very hard to get a good drive here, down on the short stuff. Very easy to leak it right.
This is the 3rd for Bregman at the par 5 9th.
Oh, come on.
Push.
Chase
Push.
on.
What a wonderful shot from the South African.
Very classy indeed. Be a tap in for her birdie. Get her back to 10 under. Come in, check with that in just one moment. Katie Burnett.
Same postcode.
Yeah.
Just a bit longer off the tee than the Swede. And now
Charlie
Hull.
Hull.
What'd you say would be the key to her game? Is it just the great tiger that she seems to be at a young age?
Nice ball.
Or is it this drive? I mean, look at that.
The great weapon that Charlie Hull has, how good is that? You're saying what a difficult, narrow landing area this fairway is from where the tee is located. But just the confidence that she exudes at such a young age is what really stands her in good stead. Fabulous tee shot. I've seen the overwhelming majority of players that I've watched over the last couple of days have, leaked it out to the right-hand side.
Yeah. Trish Johnson's just got to be very careful with this. Oh, that is gone. Got that little thing out there. The ball was below her feet.
So she'll still be next to play with...
Yeah, but she's going to be cursing herself, Quentin, because the wind's helping. It's a pretty straightforward par 5.
Now, as an international visitor, do you know what that venue is?
I do know the name of it.
Have you heard of the Gold Coast Suns?
I have indeed.
Have you heard of Gary Ablett?
Gary?
Gary Ablett?
Never heard of him.
Little Gaz.
No.
The Gold Coast Suns.
Is that the Metricon Stadium?
Yes.
Ah,
that's
okay.
the AFL home of the one of the newest Australian football teams. Australia, for our internationals who are watching, thinking, what's going on?
Right.
Now this for an eagle for Woods to jump to 11 under. It should be one shot picked up though. She's not going to muck around. To momentarily, perhaps, go back to the sole lead. Takes care of business. So, an interesting opening 9 holes for Cheyenne Woods, but she's out in 37.
Yeah, 3 pars, 3 birdies, 3 bogeys. Minjee Lee, the young amateur. Wow, this is her 4th shot.
And
it's not how, it's how many.
Well, the teenager is still there or thereabouts. Now this long putt back for birdie for Johnson at 9. So she'll take a 5.
So it's been a particularly steady outward half for Trish Johnson. Pars all the way. She's still right in the mix, just 1 shot behind Cheyenne Woods. We talked about the 10th great deal over the last few minutes, and it's worth having a closer look at it because since the new location of this tee box, it dramatically alters the way in which you play and attack this hole. Got to fly it all the way across the water, and where the wind is coming from today, it's going to be a pretty stiff breeze coming off the left. Very easy indeed for players to lose the ball to the right, and if you can get a good drive down on the fairway, that will set you up perfectly for your approach. Kidney-shaped green, just the 1 birdie today. So it certainly is playing the hardest hole on the golf course. But Charlie Hull bisected the fairway with that tremendous drive. Playing partners are in the right-hand rough.
And the pin today, top right portion of the green.
Fabulous views around Royal Pines Resort. I wonder what we're going to see next year when we're back. The course is going to be redesigned just in time for the PGA. But here is Camilla Lennart.
I think the bulldozers are almost idling outside the course, aren't they?
They've got a lot of work to do to make that deadline.
They're coming in on Monday.
See if I just get it to right of the goal sign somewhere.
Maybe we can even cut one.
There's a lot of protection from that bunker with today's pin placement.
125 front. And I landed at 130. I landed at 130. 133.
Breeze looks like it'll help though if she just lets it drift in with a line that doesn't flirt too much with the sand, which is right in front of her, as we can see from the camera behind the ball.
That is caught in the wind.
And the ponytail is showing us the direction of the wind.
Caddy there was saying ideally you just want to cut it in, float it towards the pin, which is nestled in the back right-hand corner. Rather tricky to do that when you're coming from the light-hand rough. Very easy to turn the club over. Need tremendous strength in your arms and your wrists to pull off that shot.
There's the defence mechanism of the course coming into play. You miss with your tee shot, you just don't get it out of the rough, I'll gobble you up.
It seemed like a rather gutsy shot she was attempting to play. Centre of the green, and it come around towards the hole.
It's a similar position, but a bit further up for Burnett.
Breeze is going to help it. Oh, yes. Now sit down.
Just not able to get it to stop these players.
Greens are certainly drying out now. What a drive by Charlie Hull.
She's almost a chance to take one on the field here if she's able to.
Oh, the adrenaline is flowing.
Yeah, it's a half shot on the field. The young Englishwoman do here. It looks very good. Oh, that's why she's so talked about in the world game. Hardest hole on the course today, and she's got a chance for birdie. Imperious drive, and put her in good position for that approach. So let's go back to the last group, who are now on their way home. They made the turn. Gallery's just building up a little around this group of Johnson, Bregman and Woods.
Well, the one thing that you do notice when you stand back on this new tee is a serious amount of water in front of you. You never used to be able to see it until you were in it before. And it covers, you've got a long way to get across that. Could be a little bit careful of the bunker on the far side, coming across the angle, but you just don't want to get it going left. A little bit of breeze coming into them from that left-hand side. Now this is moving over to the right again, as you would expect on this hole.
It's a popular spot, Sandy.
Yeah, it gets a huge workout, Kate.
It's a very brave drive if you do, because you know, take on far more of the water, Sandy, don't you? If you try and take the Tiger line, which is the best line.
Yeah, it is tight, and you've, you know, you can probably pick up a reasonable amount of ground if you can take that tight angle, but gee, there's a big expanse of water to get across there.
So of the last two groups, 3 out of 4 have missed the fairway so far.
Stacey Bregman has had a couple go left. This won't want to be one of them. Now that is more the Tiger line. That is a really, really good drive.
Oh, that's a superb drive from Bregman. She's got that right down there. Charlie Hull territory.
Make that 3 of 5. Hull and Bregman, the winners in this little battle. So to finish the sextet, to see if Johnson can find the fairway here.
Well, of course, we saw Trish boom one down the 9th fairway before, get a long way out there. She can take the right line here. It won't be much into this green. The tough thing about this hole today, got that back right pin. It's really tight. Now, again, left side. This is going to pick up the fairway. It's good.
Great shot from Trish Johnson.
No beats coming through.
Well, here's the last group on moving day. Trish Johnson of England, Stacey Lee Bregman of South Africa, and Cheyenne Woods of the United States going head-to-head here on moving day. And we started the day with Bregman and Woods sharing the lead at -10. And that's the case, as was the case for Johnson at -9. So, well, had a bit of movement here and there. But to date, as you were from the start of the Saturday here at Royal Pines.
That's an awful lot of golf to enjoy over the rest of the weekend. 144 players teed up at the beginning of the week. The top 60 in ties make it through. And Stacey Lee Bregman and Cheyenne Woods share top billing at 10 under on the leaderboard.
Whitaker and Lee, the Australians chasing, along with the Swede Camilla Lennart. Burnett, Lee, Lynn, Kim, Hull and Clutton almost, or also within range here. Back to 10 and Lennart from the bunker. And come up short from the rough on the right side of the fairway. Nicely done.
Her strength is certainly her short game. She's not the longest player off the tee. Camilla Lennart. You don't have to be around this golf course. Drive for show and putt for dough. It's Katie Burnett.
Oh, it had a real crack with the lofted club there. Obviously, that cut of the rough, making sure she couldn't get out the flat stick. So we've got Hull on for 2. A couple of tough par savers for her group. The rest of her group. And the galleries following the last group. And there's just a bit of mid-round nourishment for the 23-year-old from the United States, Cheyenne Woods.
What a prospect she is.
Oh.
Already starting to enjoy her golf. Just got to build up the confidence. Has had 1 win in her career professionally, a small event in America. And looking to add to that on the Ladies European Tour.
-6 beckons. Oh, shaved the left side. And Charlie Hull. So still 2 over for the day. The young Brit with that par save to come on 10. And now the young West Australian, Minjee Lee, looking for a birdie on 11.
Not to be, we saw her hole out for a par on the 10th. That will be for a par for Minjee Lee, currently 2 under the card today.
And this is a tough par saving attempt for Burnett. Oh, dear me.
Come on.
Will it fall in? No, she'll have to go and tap it in. It counts for 1. The last group going down the 10th at Royal Pines. Sandy McKenzie with them.
Yeah, we just have a little bit of a wait here while the green clears in front of us, just to give you a few numbers. This is the ball of Cheyenne Wood, just over here on the right-hand side. Now, she's 93 to the front, 115 to the flag, but more importantly, she's on her little back right-hand tongue. Going to be really difficult to access because she's got to carry it all the way. And coming out of the rough, it may not hold. Jump further ahead there, you can see Trish Johnson there. She's at 89, so that's in a really good position. But better still is Stacey. Is way up there on the hill. Now she is only, she's at 89, coming in from a really good angle because she's on that left-hand side. She's managed to open up the pin. I'll give you Trish's number again. It was actually 115. So big variation in how these 3 players have played this hole.
Oh, and Sandy, that aerial view, it just is a superb illustration of where those 3 drives has ended up. What a huge advantage.
And what a great illustration of the risk-reward off the new tee here.
Yes, it certainly is. And, well, Bregman in control as well as Trish Johnson. So Cheyenne Woods, the first to play.
As I said, it's 115 coming out of the rough, but a small tongue of green in the back where the pin sits. She'll probably play this a little left of the flag. She's done that. It's moving back in now. Gets the right club. A long way from the flag, but she's on the green. It was a tough angle to bring it in from.
Very difficult pin to attack. Now Johnson.
Trish aiming straight at the flag, 115. It's right on the target if it's the club.
Oh, club shy, Sandy. Needed another hop, skip and a bounce to get close to the pin. And that's disappointing from that distance after pulling off such a good drive.
Well, this was the drive, wasn't it?
Well, this was an absolute cracker of a drive, taking on the water, and she's cut a lot of territory off. Just 67 to the front, 89 to the flag, but the most important thing is she has a really clear view. There is nothing in front of her. Has taken that bunker completely out of play. Just started that a little left of the flag. It's staying there. Not a great direction from where she was.
Pin high.
Nothing wrong with it, but nothing outstanding after a very, very good position from the tee.
Who's climbing on the scaff? Stop it, please.
So just one birdie on the 10th hole by Marion Ricordeau. Otherwise, it's been a real struggle. Well, this is our good look at the 11th hole, which I always find is terribly difficult to read from the tee because the wind swirls on this part of the golf course. You see players really jostling between clubs. Good consultation with their caddies. Here's Camilla Lennart.
Pin 5 in from the left. 8 on. So bottom left corner.
Playing 125 metres today.
Oh, that's going to stop, is it? Yes.
Superb.
Big birdie attempt coming up for the Swede. She does take a lot of time over the ball before she strikes it, doesn't she? Quite in contrast to her playing partner, Charlie Hull. As you said, gets up there, looks at it and hits it.
Yeah, lovely way to play. If any more players could be like that, we'll be having these 5-hour rounds.
Well, I hope she's not going to make a mocker of me here by taking a long time, but yeah, the one practice swing, eyes down the line and straight to address the ball for the 17-year-old. The eyes looked optimistic. Just stays out of danger. Back to 10. And Johnson from the front fringe. Just needs it to stop. Pretty well done. Just to take care of business for a good par today. Any par on 10, with it playing almost half a shot over on average as we go back to 11 and the last of the second to last group on this par 3. Oh, that follow through looked ugly. And the result, oh, where did it finish? Where did it finish? That's got, well, potentially a bit of watery grave about it. We'll let you know as soon as we find out, but let's get back to a long birdie putt here for Cheyenne Woods to go to 11 under.
Now the key to this is to get it all the way back. Very easy to come up short.
Called it perfectly, Sandy.
Well, that has come up woefully short. And really to one of the rounds of the day. Here's Alison Whittaker on the 15th hole. Currently 6 under par for her round. Birdies at 12 and 14. That's to set up another birdie at the 15th, the par 5. So what wind? Alison Whittaker has no idea. But when you're playing well, it doesn't really matter what the conditions are like.
She's bogey-free today, Ali Whittaker.
Superb outing for the young Australian. Now Stacey Lee Bregman.
This to go to the outright lead again. Wasn't left wondering. There's a bit of bullishness about the way she plays, isn't there?
Oh, there certainly is. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't leave anything behind. Par putt for Cheyenne Woods.
And to avoid a dreaded 3-putt as well. Ooh, not enough. So that's a bogey. And Woods drops back to 9 under. So Bregman in the lead. And, well, we found the fate of that ball from Katie Burnett short.
Try, just chased on through it a little bit, and it's going to be a rather tough assignment for her par. Looked like she completely swung out of it off the tee. Just didn't make good contact at all. Now here's the older English lady competing this week. Oh dear
me.
Trish Johnson lets one slide. Another player to drop a shot on the 10th hole. Pars all the way up to here. This is going to be for a bogey at the 10th for Trish. And that drops her back to a tie for 3rd with Whittaker, Minjee Lee and Camilla Lennart.
Hull just avoided the sand front left at the par 3 11th. Oh, that looked pretty good. Just that's a little tester for par.
Very nice indeed. Now, Stacey Lee Bregman looking to wrap up matters. The 10th hole.
And she's the sole leader at 10 under par.
Here's Alison Whittaker. If we jump ahead to the 15th, and she's currently 8 under par. This is a birdie putt that would take her to just 1 off the lead. She is vaulting up the leaderboard on this Saturday.
Oh, the Victorian is on the charge.
Looks like she's putting to a bigger hole than everybody else, and so 9 under for Alison Whittaker.
Well, there's a story a little bit further down the back 9, but we go back to Burnett for her par putt. And that's a well-holed putt after being a bit of strife off the tee. So an up and down to stay at -6.
Now, the imposing figure of Camilla Lennart. Superb tee shot. She hit into 11.
Very deliberate pre-shot routine. Pushed it to the right. So that's a missed opportunity. She ran at it pretty hard.
Yeah, maybe gave a little bit too much of the hole away. Ladies European Tour rookie last year in 2013.
She played last week, but missed the cut in New Zealand. Camilla Lennart finished 45th on the LET money list last year, so, and was the first round leader at the British Open. So There's a story developing there as Hull holds out for par. We're just waiting for that real surge, but I suppose it's Whittaker that's providing it. A couple of holes ahead. The last two groups of the day is trying to get their back nines going. Marshals will be getting sore arms with the quiet boards being held up when Lennart's over the ball. But she does hold out for par. And here she is, Camilla Lennart, 26 years of age, originally from Stockholm. But another one of the collegiate golfers to have honed her game in the States.
Well, there's plenty of them. And look at that tie for second in the South African Women's Open. So, you know, she's been in contention. She's been close before. And just hopefully the experience will start to pay off. Yeah, it's one of the first big events here in Australia. There's been a number of good events on the ALPG, but this is the big one to start them off. And now we join Stacey Lee Bregman on the 11th.
Well, Kate, this isn't very far, but this is all about the club. The breeze is really blowing strongly directly into them, and the ball is going to hang in the air. There is no doubt about that. Just 1-2-5 to the flag. If they could try and keep this down, it would be pretty helpful. This sounded a little heavy off the tee there for Stacey Lee Bregman, and that is hanging. Not as bad as I thought it may have been.
Just a fraction short, but it looked right on line. And it's a demanding tee shot, Sandy. It's always so hard also to ascertain the wind, because I always find it just swirls around here a little bit. You said it was straight into the teeth of the breeze.
Yeah, I mean, you could play 3 different clubs in here in varying ways. It's just a matter of picking what you want to do. I mean, I think ideally if you could play more a little punch shot, you take a lot of this out, because to throw one up in the air, it is really going to hang up there.
Cheyenne Woods.
Yeah, sounded pretty good contact. Ball very high. It looks good.
Yes. Very similar finishing position of her playing partner there. Just on the short stuff. So Johnson last of the group, and as she lines up, we'll make mate with Jane Crafter and Peter Wilkins coming back in.
Well, Trish Johnson won't be happy about the last hole. Made a bogey from the middle of the fairway. So she'll be looking for a birdie, but boy, this would be a good birdie on this hole. Now that's got a little lower ball flight. The line is good.
Well, 3 very similar tee shots. Hard to convince themselves to get it back to the pin, but no harm done. So our final group march up the 11th hole in this 3rd round of the Ladies Masters. We have Stacey Lee Bregman leading the charge at 10 under par, closely followed by Alison Wicker, Cheyenne Woods and Minjee Lee.
Charlie Hull, 5 under. A little bit of a struggle today, but she's still in the mix. As they walk up the 11th hole, Cheyenne Woods, the body language pretty good today, enjoying herself. And at the bottom of screen, have a look at your favourite player. Not too many absolutely sensational rounds today. The best coming from Joanna Clatton. It was a mixed bag, but she had a 3-3-3 finish. It's pretty good for 67.
Well, and she's been playing some phenomenal golf. Won the New South Wales Open, and before that, a couple of the Club Car Series Pro-Ams. Young lady from France, so she's in good form. Terrific finish.
Terrific finish, and who's to say 4 under par, 6 behind. Anything can happen on the final day, but it's not so much moving day as holding day, as it seems. The top of the leaderboard hasn't changed all that much. Alison Whittaker's been the one to surge from the pack.
Yeah, the others have all sort of marked time. That was the leading score, was -10 as we started the day. And no change in that, but lovely to see from an Australian point of view, and Victorian Alison Whittaker doing so well. It's really playing great golf on the back 9. Now, number 11, and opting to use the putter, Sandy, is Stacey Bregman.
Yeah, all 3 players falling foul of that strong wind into this par 3. And it always amazes me, Jane, why they don't take a little club more, because there's plenty of room at the back of this green. But the other 2 should learn an awful lot off this putt of Stacey Bregman's.
Oh, nice effort. It's always a lot easier from this position, Sandy, outside the ropes, isn't it?
Oh, always.
It was a super putt, a purposeful wrap. Another magnificent vista at this Royal Pines Resort. Now this is Johnson for birdie. A mixed bag today, but she's still right there at 8 under par.
Oh, that one just hopped right away off that fringe. Just lost its pace.
So work to do for the par.
Yeah, not quite the day on the greens for Trish Johnson today that she had yesterday. Just 22 putts yesterday.
Now this youngster, So Young Lee, this to Waikato Chantel Cassidy in the Australian Amateur. And she was magnificent in the stroke play part of the tournament. That's the exuberance of youth. And bold putt, but it's going through a little bit. Now from the back of the green, it's Jung Yu Young.
Just 22 years of age. Look at this putt.
Tracking
keep
wonderfully.
Keep going. Yes.
What an effort.
Oh, well done.
One of the shots of the day. Absolutely superb. And it gets her to 3 under par. That's a confidence restorer. Look at this. She belted it.
Oh, must have been at least a 25 metre putt. Just had eyes. Well done.
Now Cheyenne Woods a birdie putt to go back into a share of the lead. She's had plenty of instruction.
Very slow putt. Is she going to get it there?
Oh!
Yeah, into the grain, into the breeze, uphill slightly.
Just about got it right.
Yep.
Easy tap in. And she's playing very solidly indeed. Cheyenne Woods, 9 under par after 11 holes. Now the par 3, 16th. Testing little number, Alison Whittaker, 9 under.
A tough hole location today, just in the back right. Just 5 paces off the right, so ideally you want to bring it in from the centre and let it slope that way. Perhaps half a club short, but not bad at all.
Little pass over, firm wrap to the back for Trish Johnson. Easy does it. Stays at 8 under par. 2 from the lead.
Thought she might be in a little bit of pain there. Bit of a wince.
And again, the wonderful aerial views we're getting of this magnificent layout, which is going to be redesigned, as we've spoken about, by Graham Marsh. So there'll be some changes afoot. Some of the water being repositioned. It's one change. There's some more water that doesn't really come into play behind the 15th, and that's going to come into play at the 16th hole. That's going to be, by the look of it, a very attractive par 3. Not that it isn't already, but with the changes and bringing the water into play, it's going to be a beauty.
Yeah, no, this course, you know, we first started playing here, Peter, in 1992, so certainly needs a refurbish, and I'm sure Graham will do a terrific job.
Just having a look at some of the scores, all the way down to those figures where, gee, if you thought there's a player of the calibre of Kari Webb still in the field, and Kari should be out practicing no doubt today after yesterday's disappointment. That's a long way back to come in the final round. Belen Motho, even par, 73 to be that for the tournament. Yani Seng, well, for a while yesterday, she threatened to make a drive up the leaderboard, but +1 today, 74, even par for the tournament. Now the temperament of the young Minjee Lee is absolutely superb, just rolls along the course.
Well, and this part of her game is excellent as well. Look at that. I mean, she makes those putts like they're just tap-ins.
What a fluid, beautiful putting stroke. 9 under par after 12 holes, Minjee Lee.
And back to another 17-year-old, Charlie Hull from the Midlands of England. Travels with her father, as I said before. She must, until she's 18 on the Ladies European Tour, must travel with a guardian or a chaperone. So she's made her way around with her father. And her caddy is Englishman Mark Wallington, who first started caddying for her at the Solheim Cup. They make a good team.
2 o'clock,
With the bird life, screaming applause. She beat Paula Creamer there 5 and 4, and then asked her for her autograph. Could be the other way round in a couple of years. Long range birdie putt, Alison Whittaker.
Well, that was not quite it. She's got a bit of a wry smile, like, not quite sure what I did there.
Well, the swoopers are out.
Well, for those in other countries who are not familiar with those loud cockatoo birds, they're called corellas. And they make a lot of racket.
Yeah, it came out a bit hot through the back. That's a tough ask. She's just wondering what exactly happened from that particular lie. Charlie Hull.
Well, she might make the putt like the young Chinese girl did. And this hole also playing into the wind. Front hole location today, just 13 metres on and 4 off the right.
Well, it's a perfect position to come into this hole for Camilla Lennartz. Hit it in close yesterday. At about 8 foot, she was just to the left of the pin, missed the putt. Let's see if she can get that radar going again today.
A must to control your trajectory here into the breeze. She hit the shot well, but certainly too much club.
Now, Jessica Corder. We saw her miss a Tiddler a while back. That was a little bit of a horror story. She's at 3 under. Now from the 14th. Good looking putts.
Yes.
Great putt, Jessica Corder.
On her golf game right now. Yeah, golf game's just a little bit of a work in progress right now, Peter. And, you know, some good holes, some bad holes. It's just not quite as consistent as she would like.
It's the name of the game.
Right, Alison, keep your head still, listen for it. There you go.
Good advice from Jane Crafter, the two-time winner here, and won it in sensational fashion on the second time with that eagle at the last. You don't want them to change the 18th too much, do you?
No, I like par fives for the 18th. I think it's a fun finishing hole now. I like that idea.
Round 3 of the Ladies Masters, the Royal Pines Resort. Stacey Lee Bregman is at 10 under. Alison Whittaker 9 under, along with Minjee Lee going great guns. Cheyenne Woods still there. Camilla Lennart and Trish Johnson at 8 under par.
2011 Australian Ladies Master winner Yanni Singh has been good enough to pop in after her round. Yanni, welcome back. It's great to see you again, and we do recall that wonderful tournament that you had in 2011. How have you found it being back on this course?
Thank you. Thanks for having me back here. I feel like this is another home because I came here since I was an amateur, and this tournament has always given me a big support. So I'm very happy to come back here and play this great tournament. And the course changed a little bit. I'm like you said, on number 10, and they move the tee back. I'm not happy because I make 3 bogeys in a row. So hopefully tomorrow I can make better than that.
And how have you found the rest of the course? Perhaps a little bit more challenging this time around?
Yeah, because I think the wind is pretty strong out there, and the green is very firm, so it's really tough. You just need to play, you need to play aggressive, and sometimes you need to play smart, and then you just need to be very patient out there and then try to make it as pretty as you can.
Now, you've had a couple of years where you've struggled perhaps with injury and not being at the top of your game. How are you going with your body and mentally? How's your game going?
Everything went well. I feel fresh, I have a lot of good energy, and then coming back to start my tournament here, and then I just feel very happy, feel I'm ready to go for the next few tournaments, and just feel like my mind it's all set and very happy right now.
So what is ahead for you? Where do you go from the Gold Coast?
I'm going to Melbourne for the Australian Open next week, and go to Thailand, Singapore, and then back to Orlando. So very looking for next week, and then even tomorrow. I want to shoot a lower score tomorrow.
Well, we certainly want to see a fantastic round for you tomorrow. I'd love to see you rocket up the leaderboard. Now, in the event you shouldn't lift the trophy again, have you got someone that you might pick? There's some new names up the top of the leaderboard.
I don't know. Any Australian win, I'll be very happy.
Okay. Yanni, we want to ask you, we're having trouble picking our shot of the day today, and we're going to show you 3 shots. We'd like you to perhaps turn your hand to commentary and tell us what you think. We're actually going to start with a shot by an Australian, Alison Whittaker. So take a look at this one. This is on the 12th hole.
I wish I was part of it there.
How do you judge that one?
That's a pretty good shot. I'll take it.
Okay, you can. This one, Minjee Lee, so we're going for all the Aussies here at the moment. Second shot to 9.
It's a great swing for the amateurs. That's a member bounce there.
Okay, so you wouldn't have minded either of them. And the third one, this one was a very short time ago. Yu Yang Zhang, she holds this 25-metre putt.
25 meters?
Ish.
I'll take this one. For sure. Oh, great putt. I'll take this one for sure.
Not too shabby. You'll take the putt?
I'll take a putt. Okay. For that putt, we just make 2 putts, we'll be very happy. 25 meters, you even couldn't see the hole, you make it. You should be happy.
So we can expect that from you tomorrow?
Yes. And then that 3 shot will be expect.
Perfect. If you hit that tomorrow, we'll call that our play of the day. And Yanni saying thank you so much for dropping in. All the best for tomorrow and for Melbourne.
Thanks for having me again.
Cheers.
Yanni Sen, who won that tournament, an incredible 24 under par, won by 4 shots. The leaderboard at the moment sees the South African on top. Very congested. Any one of 10, 15 players could perhaps win this tournament as we head into the latter stages of round 3 at the Ladies Masters. Now up at the 12th hole, long way away, Camilla Lennart had just bounded through on this par 5 12th hole.
Well, we know the line after watching the young Chinese girl putt from back there, just a little left to right. Unfortunately, Camilla didn't quite hit it firm enough. Great to see Yanni come in. Just shows you her personality. Terrific young lady. Just to think of all that she's achieved, the youngest ever to win 5 majors. She'll be back.
She'll be back for sure. Now, Katie Burnett for birdie.
She can be firm with this one. Oh, it's well judged.
She'll remain at 6 under par. Got some contrasting emotional players out there, some who wear the heart on the sleeve a little bit today. Katie Burnett showing us the odd reaction. So too the leader, Stacey Lee Bregman, and then you've got the Minjee Lee, the amateur, and a couple of others who just think they're having a walk in the park. Charlie Hull is a little bit like that as well too, very cool. Well, that's a good putt. It's a nicely stroked par putt to stay at 5 under. And certainly with a couple of birdies in the next 2 or 3 holes, she can vault right back into contention. The youngster who made her appearance on the European Tour wasn't expecting to do too much, and then she said she got on a bit of a roll.
Yeah,
not a bad roll. Rookie of the year. 8 under par for the Swede, Camilla Lennart. And again, an emotionless reaction to proceedings. Bregman at 10 under, Whittaker 9 under. The mover of the day, we saw her hit the pin at the 12th hole and then tapped it in for a birdie from close range. She's had 3 birdies on the second 9, 4 on the front 9. Now in position at the 12th hole, Cheyenne Woods, 3rd shot to the par 5.
104 yards for Cheyenne. The ball is a little above her feet. Usually makes you want to hit it left. Now she's tried to hold that up. It's just going to be a little short right, but okay.
Yeah, she left that club face open at impact. Was afraid of turning it over off that lie. Trish a little closer.
Well, Trish Johnson, that's 96. Now this is all over the flagstick.
Oh, just half a club too strong, Sandy. Went right through the wind.
Stacey Bregman coming in from the left-hand side. 70 to the flag. Yeah, this is a good-looking shot. Might be too far away, just to the left of the flag.
She got a good amount of spin out of that rough, Sandy. That was impressive.
Yeah,
Stacey Lee with a birdie opportunity as we go to the 13th hole. Jane.
Well, this is traditionally played as one of the most difficult par 4s on the golf course. It has been lengthened over the years. And a tough driving hole. 217 metres to reach that left-hand fairway bunker, and you can see, you know, how the fairway sort of curves. It's really hard to pick a line. You certainly don't want to balloon it up into the wind and send it out to the right in the water. And fairly long clubs approaching this green, and today the hole is located in that back right corner of the green, 20 on and 6 off the right, and as you can see, it's played over its par, 4.31. Lennart.
Looking a little right, trying to work it back. And that's not too bad. A little bit right of where she was yesterday. Hit a bomb down there yesterday. And had a birdie opportunity, which she missed. So that's pretty good.
Now we look at Laurie Kane, young Laurie Kane, the Canadian. Laurie would appreciate me saying young. Sadly, she's not as young as Alison Whittaker. Plays someone our Legends Tour, our women's senior tour over in the States, as does Trish Johnson.
And this the 17th. Bit of a sleeper.
Just a little chip underneath that big Moreton Bay fig tree.
Handles it beautifully.
Laurie's still playing solidly on the LPGA as well. Loves coming out to Australia. Resides now in Orlando, so originally from Prince Edward Island. And you want to say cold? That's cold up there.
Mm.
No, I'm not.
Now this is Whittaker's third shot. It's just a blemish-free day today. She'd love to come in with just a couple of pars and maybe a birdie at the last. She's got a work to do here.
She doesn't have a whole lot of green to work with either. They're only 8 steps from the right edge of the green.
Yeah.
Bit of a fluffy lie. I don't think the tree is going to impact the shot.
Come up well short.
Yeah, and that's not a good mistake to have made. You've got, if you're going to make a mistake, make sure it's on the green, at least past the hole.
Well, it's been a grand round, and it still will be, regardless of what happens with that particular putt. But it was a blemish she could have done without. Now Cheyenne Woods from long range starts walking after it. That wouldn't be a best of the day.
Well, Cheyenne holding it well together, I have to say. Look at Katie Burnett now on 13. Played her collegiate golf at the University of South Carolina. And that's in good shape.
Again, back to 12. This is Trish Johnson, 8 under par, a birdie putts. Now bend in.
Yes. Oh! You know, those went in yesterday. That's the kind of... Sometimes it can change from one day to the next.
Now this for par on the 17th. Stay. Oh, that'll be for bogey. A rueful smile from Alison Whittaker. Back to see her finish off. Now the leader has a birdie putt after that good approach. Well holds. To 11 under par for Stacey Lee Bregman after 12 holes today. She leads by 2 shots all of a sudden.
Now putt across the green here for Minjee. A nice pace. Just didn't quite break the way she thought it would. But still, anytime you make a par on 13, you're going to be pretty well pleased.
Now after that slight error from the front, this will be inside left.
Must be something wrong with that cup. We saw Trish Johnson slip out pretty severely, and that one of Cheyenne's as well.
Well, it's an aberration.
That's a wasted shot. And as a young player, you know, you learn to limit those sorts of wasted shots. But she's still in those learning years.
Well, it was the first putt that cost her as we go to Katie Burnett now at the 13th. Beautifully tucked away amongst the trees. And that's a fine shot.
Tremendous play there.
Now we watch Laurie Kane come up. This for a par at the 17th. Fine putt. Well done, 1 under par, enjoying the day out. Now back to the 13th, a tough pin to get to for Camilla Lennart.
Yeah, tough angle, not much green over that bunker.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Camilla Lennart. One of the shots of the day too. No green to work with, landed it just a metre over the bunker and smoothed it up towards the pin. That is a great shot.
Now, crucial putt here for Alison Whittaker. Oh, no. Like she just pushed it. And on a pretty easy, straightforward hole, number 17.
Yeah, it's just a 3 wood off the tee, isn't it?
Exactly.
Position straight in the centre, wedge in.
Well, that big Moreton Bay fig can really impact the players when the hole's located on the right-hand side. And that's obviously what happened. And that is a shame.
Well, it had been a blemish-free round up until then. At a sad 6. I have seen a couple of them today with the leading contingent, Camilla Lennart at the second hole, and Charlie Hull as well, a double, that ugly double. And now Alison Whittaker, who'd vaulted up the leaderboard. This is the leader.
Bunker down the left, water down the right. Now she's taking the left-hand line, but it's into a strong breeze, so I doubt that it's going to make it. It won't. Just pulls up in the rough.
Some interesting bird life down there. I'm not quite sure what that one was.
Trish Johnson next to go. Bunker 217 metres to get into it. That is a good-looking drive down the centre of the fairway.
Yeah, that was nice rhythm. Good solid strike there.
We're in the afternoon phase on the 3rd round, the penultimate day here in the Ladies Masters, and the players up the top are trying to hang on to the position. Stacey Lee-Bregman in front, Cheyenne Woods.
Straight into the teeth of the breeze, and there's another good drive from Cheyenne Woods. Just starting to drift a little to the right. Should pick up the fairway, though. Yep, that's good.
That is ideal.
And what are you thinking now, Janie? You're looking at the leaderboard. A lot of the players do. They like to know exactly where they stand. Or do you just ignore it?
Yeah, I think it's it really depends on your own personality. I personally like to look at the board. I like to know what I needed to do, see what was happening around me. I tell you what, it's an interesting leaderboard. Look at Minjee Lee. I'm really impressed with her.
Well, with that putting stroke too,
Oh,
it's so
solid.
pure. Every putt, even if they're missing, they look good.
Exactly.
Well, she's there, the young amateur from Western Australia, 2 behind Stacey Lee-Bregman, who's got a bit of a jump on the field, as the field does concertina. Well, the Charlie Hull supporters will be hoping that the youngster can power in a couple, get up to 6 or 7 under par. This is a tough one at the 13th, across the green.
Slightly into the grain, you can be fairly firm with it. Oh, not that firm, Charlie.
And the roof will smile again too, but no,
It's like,
no
what have I
great
done?
emotion. Yes, I've left myself a little bit of work here.
It's a
Bregman.
magnificent vista, isn't it?
Oh, just wonderful. Bregman at 11 under par. I think if you'd given that position to her at the start of the day, she would have just grabbed it with both hands. And so too Minjee Lee.
Well, in tough conditions today with this wind really picking up. There's a few good scores, not that many.
I know the round of the day is still that 67 as Katie Burnett holds out from Joanna Clatton. A big putt for Camilla Lennartz. 25-year-old Swede for birdie to go to 9 under and within 2 of the lead. Oh, she liked it. Eases it into the hole.
Do we call that body Swedish?
We do. And goes to 9 under par after 13 holes. And that is a fine result on a difficult hole, set up by the beautiful shot in.
Yes.
Yes.
It was never in doubt. Never hurts to give it a little bit of body English, body Swedish, whatever. Well, Charlie, I tell you what, this is a crucial putt for her at the moment. She can't afford to drop another one. The leader will get too far away.
It's straight past the left edge. She wasn't going shy on the putt, wasn't trying to ease it in. Now, tough little shot for Minjee Lee at the 14th. High on the hill, she'll do well to get this close. That's not too
just
bad.
In the right spot. Yeah, perhaps could have played it out a little bit further to the left, but judged the speed extremely well. And the flag doesn't even look like it's moving. Looking back from behind the green.
No, it doesn't, Jane, but there was an awful lot of breeze off the tee, and it just seems to have been quite calm down here at the moment, but it's pretty well protected with the houses on this left side.
Yeah, I'm going to go to a bunker there. Just let it fall in.
Yeah, always open.
One thing she has done coming down this left-hand side is certainly opened up the pin. It's tucked behind the bunker on the right, so it gives her a little bit more green to work with. The ball's sitting up. It's a really good lie, but she's got to be able to pick it fairly clean.
Just start it just left of that TV tower.
Okay, 165 from much calmer conditions, just starting it on that TV tower left. This looks good.
That was a good solid shot, Sandy, wasn't it? Exactly where she wanted it.
Tremendous effort from that position on one of the toughest holes on the course. The ranking is 4 for this hole.
Now, Trish Johnson is 155 from the flag. Got to bring it directly in over the bunker. Now she's got a good line, just drifting maybe a fraction right, but needs to stop. Oh, there's a good shot. It's just running on through, though.
Yeah,
wow,
just
that's
landed
disappointing.
on. Yeah, Sandy, it just landed on the downslope right over the bunker.
Minjee Lee at the 14th for par. Oh, well, just when we were wrapping that beautiful putting stroke, she just blocks one.
Yeah, she just moved her head ever so slightly at impact.
She can't believe it. That's shelling P stuff for Minjee Lee. And another one not phased too much by it. A little smile, she'll move straight on. She's still in the hunt. 8 under par, 3 behind. And she's let one go there. Cheyenne Woods, second shot to the 13th.
Yeah, 151 for Cheyenne. Again, bringing it straight in over the bunker. Now, this is very, very good. Needs a good kick, though. Just a little right of the flag.
Oh, lovely. Just barely past flag high.
That's a delightful shot for Cheyenne Woods. She likes this hole. She holed from the front of the green. Out of the bunker yesterday. A beautiful little nipped shot. She might walk away with another birdie in consecutive days. Now the 14th hole, playing above its average. This is a bit of a sleeper, this hole too,
yes,
isn't it?
Is.
Because you can hang it to the right a little bit and fall off that bank if you don't get enough club, or you can go up where Minjee Lee was.
No, it is a tricky hole, and often plays downwind and it's down grain as well. Fortunately today the hole is located in the back right part of the green, so that makes it just that little bit easier. But there is a ridge that sort of cuts diagonally along this particular green that does make it awkward. And you don't feel the wind down by the tee. You're back in those trees, and then all of a sudden, you know, the ball just gets knocked down and it loses all of its spin. So it is a tricky shot. If you can get anything around about flag high, you're going to be quite happy.
So Camilla Lennart, Quentin mentioned that startling British Open lead after the first round.
Yeah, St Andrews of all places too. That's a nice place to start with a 66.
She did follow it with an ugly round and missed the cut too, but that's golf, isn't it? 66.82 I think it was, but that's in the past. Composure, very good today.
It's all learning experiences. Oh, she didn't like that. Probably didn't quite catch it solidly, but it didn't turn out too badly.
She's marking fairly hard
Yeah,
as well,
I'd
isn't she? Standards high. Yeah, it's not too far away. Now the action at the 13th. And this is a testing shot. It's going to speed away, so a delicate touch required from above the hole. Well, every club golfer who's sitting around at home can relate to a shot like that. You're sensitive to how quickly it's going to go away from you.
Exactly.
You know where you want to land it, and you just don't commit to the shot.
No, you just stop the club. You've got to keep accelerating. Even though it's sitting up nicely, it's fluffy grass. Now, Katie Burnett. It's a nice slow backswing and then really accelerates through the ball. Oh, not one club too short there.
Now Johnson again got to put that moment out of the consciousness. Well, had an outside chance, but
It doesn't break that much from back there. No, that's, you know, that's disappointing. That shot into the green looked really good. And just got a poor result.
Now to Alison Whittaker, 7 under. There's 9 over standing on the tee at the 17th. But, an error. Can she get it back? She's got plenty of green to work with. The 18th.
Pretty bare lie. Let's see if she can make good contact. Caught it just a little heavy.
Still either way, if she can hold that, that'll be a bonus. Now, Stacey Lee Bregman, the players have gone up and down, and she had a moment when she was going down as well, but she's a 2-shot leader at the moment, the South African who plays the game with a great spirit.
She's had some injuries the last couple of years, even caught pneumonia a few weeks before she was to come out here, so she's probably feeling pretty happy she's 100% again.
Oh, so close to just the 8th birdie of the day on the 13th hole, but an easy tap in, and she retains that 2-shot lead as Stacey Lee Bregman. 11 under par after 13.
Oh, now, Peter, let's see if Cheyenne can ease this one into the hole. It's a good angle to be putting from. Back uphill very slightly. Just have some right to left borrow in it.
jump back into a tie for second with this birdie putt. Just sort of lost her rhythm on the putting stroke today.
Well, she'll tap that in despite that great shot in. Has to settle for a par. 3 shots from the lead. The body language deteriorating a little bit, but she's still in the hunt. Cheyenne Woods. Minjee Lee to the 15th.
Par 5. Seeing how close she can get it. That's a good spot.
And
her
after
third shot.
Jane Crafter, we're going to welcome back Quentin Hull and also Kate Burton as this third round of the Ladies Masters comes to an intriguing phase as players are trying to hang on to position and stay in the hunt for the trophy tomorrow afternoon.
Well, we saw Katie Burnett come up short here at the 14th. Very, very long putt. Up and over a little ridge through the hollow. Should be breaking to the right. She hasn't quite hit that one firmly enough.
Great to hear from Jane Crafter. Thanks, Pete Wilkins. And here's Alison Whittaker, who looked to be the mover on this Saturday, but a double bogey. Oh, and that certainly was given a big chance on 18. Victorian sees the lighter side of it, but it's been a good day for her. She's been a mover, Jane, on a day where well, the Saturday's belied the regular custom, hasn't it?
It certainly has. And you know, I'm proud of her attitude. She's just displaying good poise. Yes, she double bogeyed 17 and didn't take advantage of 18, but she's still showing a good sense of humour.
So now Lennart with her long birdie putt from just on the fringe.
Oh, the fringe shouldn't impact this one too much.
Never looked likely. So can Whittaker finish out here as we go back to 18? Started the day at 2 under for the tournament. Currently 7 under and 4 from the lead, so this puts her in a nice place for tomorrow. Oh dear me, that doesn't help though. As Kate Burton's back with me. Wow, this was looking like the Saturday charge on a day where we haven't seen too much transition in the leaderboard, but double bogey finish looming here.
And she's going to remember those last 2 holes far more than she's going to remember all those other flashes of brilliance. Bitterly disappointing finish for Alison Whittaker, but so she'll hole out for a bogey.
So the wry smile is there.
But if you look at her overall score, it was 4 under. You're not seeing many players shoot a better score than that on today. And she is still right in contention, in a tie for 6th right now at 6 under par. So she enters the fray tomorrow really in a very good position. Always got to look at the positives in this game.
Listen, try and keep those negative thoughts out of your mind. It's been a good day, as I say, but wow, giving back 3 strokes in the last 2 holes. She looks pretty happy with the day's work. Let's get back to Katie Burnett. Tough to save par here.
Held its line and just drifted at the very end. She doesn't really give much away, does she, Katie Burnett? Doesn't have a great deal of body language. It's probably quite a good thing in golf. 5 under par.
And they're waiting back on the tee of the par 3. Top of 14 to Lennart for par. So she holds on to outright second. 4 to play in the 3rd round.
gives the appearance of being a very gritty and determined player, Camilla Lennart. Very tenacious, just grinding away, trying to keep the scorecard together. Sole possession of second. And let's go back down to the tee at the 14th. Difficult assignment, the 14th, Sandy.
Well, you've got to get it all the way back here onto this hole, and you can't feel a lot of wind down at that tee, but it is actually coming in behind them here. Now the pin's back on this nasty little plateau area, bunker just very close to them, just to the left. So to get it all the way back here is going to take a bit of thought. Got to be very careful of that hollow that falls away on the right-hand side as well. So 162 downwind. Now this is a good looking shot. If it gets up, no, it's going to catch that. Oh no, it's gone through the hollow. That is a very, very nice shot, just running out towards the back of the green.
And a good
but on the
swing
right
as
level.
Well. She's got a good swing. Stacey Lee Bregman, very compact, very solid. Plays a lot of punch shots. I'm sure they'll stand her in good stead around here today, given how breezy it is on the golf course.
Just noticed her starting position, just club head just a little behind the ball, hovering off the ground, which is a little unique.
And Cheyenne Woods.
I started this one further left of the flag. Just kicking over the bunker, now it's got to run its way out. It's missed that hole on the right-hand side, just coming up shy, but that's a really good shot.
And that's a better line as well to come in from. Well played, Cheyenne. Much more rhythmical swing, slightly slower than Stacey Lee Bregman's.
Now, Trish Johnson's lost a few on this back nine. Needs to get something going here in these closing holes. Just coming to the left flat side of the green as well. Just needs to run it out a little bit. Yeah, a little further away, but still in birdie position.
It certainly is. It'd be nice if she had a birdie, because she hasn't had one yet today, Trish Johnson. Golf is all about being patient.
So getting to the back end of the third day of the Ladies Masters at Royal Pines on the Gold Coast, and Stacey Lee Bregman, the South African, a leader by 2 from Camilla Lennart of Sweden, Minjee Lee, Cheyenne Woods and Trish Johnson all at 8 under, chasing down the South African. Let's head to the Swede at 15.
Difficult drive on 15. It's a long par 5. There's a chance he might be able to get home in 2. Here's Camilla Lennart not going with the driver. There's a very good reason for that. There's a little lagoon 215 metres off the tee on the left.
Ooh, doesn't look good. You see a player pull their hand off the club, but that it's not such a bad result.
Well, she didn't seem that happy with it, but it's a perfectly good result. It's on the short stuff. And to Minjee Lee, the young amateur. There's pros younger than her out there.
Just 17 years of age, out of the West. Oh, just caught a little, didn't release. So that's a long birdie putt for Minjee Lee.
Now back on the tee for Katie Burnett.
There's an element of let it rip about the follow-through of Katie Burnett. Bit rough there, but doesn't look like it's sitting down too badly. Now our last group.
Second to the last of the par 3s. There's one more on the 16th. Here we join them on the 14th hole. Stacey Lee Bregman in the green shorts, leading the charge by 2 over Camilla Lennart, and a good opportunity here for her to extend that lead at the top.
Luckily for her, that shade is not impinging on her line.
Yeah, because it really does make a difference when
Yeah.
you're putting through the shade and the shadows. It's very hard to convince yourself of the distance and just to get the right feel over the putt.
To go 3 ahead. Not to beat, but a nice 3 coming up for our tournament leader. So Bregman with that tap in to remain at 11 under and a leader by 2, depending on what those around her can do. So there's a 3. 1 under for the day with 4 to play. And now Min Ji Lee as we go ahead to 15 with this uphill putt for birdie.
Has to come up over a slight rise in the green. Not going to be an easy putt.
Oh, gave it a good shake. And she finishes out. So Minji stays at -8. And the teenager is going to be in contention come the Sunday. That's exciting for Australian golf.
Well, Trish Johnson could really do with a birdie. Haven't been any red numbers on her scorecard as yet. Good opportunity here.
Oh, a birdie at last for the Englishwoman. Well played. Gets it back to 8 under.
Certainly worth another look at this. Good pace. She said yesterday most of the putts that she holed, she didn't read that much into them. She got some good advice from a caddy friend who said, you know, most of them are straight. You know, I think that's what happens when you've been out on tour for so many years. You know, you've got to be a bit more relaxed, a bit more at ease with yourself, and let the putts drop.
Well, can Woods follow in as well? Yes, she can. So Cheyenne Woods finds a birdie as well, and she's just trying to hold back the smile a little there, I think, as she strides from 14 back at 9 under.
Well, certainly worth having another look at this par saver from Cheyenne Woods. Kept herself beautifully still over the ball. And that was for a 2. Pardon, that was for a birdie for Cheyenne Woods. Hey, birdies galore on 14.
And here's Lennart on this long 15th.
That's travelling down to the mouth of the green. She's been in a good position there to get up and down for a birdie.
So half a kilometre of golf or thereabouts for the 15th here at Royal Pines.
It's a superb par 5 this. They've played around with the tee box in the past and moved it forward 30 metres or so, but it is back. It's playing 480 metres, but it is critical to get a good drive away. Noticing a lot of players are going with a 3-wood or a hybrid off the tee. The reason being is that lagoon on the left that has caught a lot of wayward drives. If you get a good drive away and you've got a bit of breeze helping you and you're one of the longer players in the field, there's a very good chance of getting on in 2 here. Or you can just chase it down to the open section of the green to try and get up and down. But it's yielded 15 birdies, playing slightly under its par.
Yeah, close run thing, but players just winning on 15 today, Sandy.
Yes, well, as Kate said, the one thing you must be very wary of is that little lagoon on the left-hand side. It's between about 215 and you know, around about that sort of area to 230 to actually run into it. So a lot of players will stay out to the right. This is a good-looking drive, though, from Cheyenne Woods. Yeah, she doesn't have to contend with anything down there, and that'll give her a chance at this green.
Great drive from the American, buoyed after her birdie at the 14th. It's the homeward stretch now.
Yes, Trish Johnson's another one that'll be pleased to get that first red figure on a card today, Kate.
Yeah, they've been hard to find.
Well, they've been contrasting.
Now this has come way right over the top of the big tree. It's going down the tree line, and well, actually she's lucked out a little bit. It has bounced. It's bounced on the fairway side, so she'll have a clear swing.
Not quite sure what her lie's going to be like, but the Moreton Bay fig tree did cough the ball out.
It wasn't the A-grade ricochet, but it was a B-grade one at least. It could have...
You know a fair bit about ricochets, I imagine.
Of course, don't we all? Can't win without a bit of luck.
Now, I've been very impressed today with this lady, Stacey Lee Bregman. It's been good, solid golf she's played. And that's a little further towards the centre of the fairway, heading a little left there. Now that's tight. Oh, it's just skirted along the edge of that lagoon. She's lucked out a little bit.
She has. Oh, I don't know how good her lie is, but no wonder she's eyeing that down. It is safe.
Well, the former champion here is, well, Catherine Hull, as she was then. She was Catherine Hull Kirk and is now Catherine Kirk. She hasn't had the greatest of days. Oh, it finds a putt there. A bit of release from one of the local favourites here on the Gold Coast. So that was a short time ago on for Catherine Kirk, and now let's get to, well, a younger Australian, the 17-year-old Minjee Lee.
Good solid shot from the young amateur.
She's 2 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament, and tied for 4th. Stacey Lee Bregman still the leader by 2 strokes over a group of 2 players. Well, the 2 there, the pair of Leonard and Woods, and then Lee, Johnson and Alison Whitaker keeping herself in contention after a solid round. A shaky finish, but a good 69 to be 6 under for the tournament.
Alison Whitaker is in her 4th outing here at the Australian Ladies Masters, and congratulations, your best yet. It's an incremental increase, but what a round today particularly.
Yeah, it was good. I've definitely picked up a couple of shots on the field, which is obviously what you want to do on day 3, and you know, finish, something to improve on, but I'm happy I did it today and not tomorrow, and hopefully I can finish with a birdie next time.
Well, it is all about timing, but what was doing at the end? Double bogey on the 17th and perhaps a missed opportunity, would you call it?
Yeah, I think I just kind of condensed my bad shots of the day into one hole, so it's probably better to do that than to spread them out incrementally, but you know, it's part of golf and it happens, and I wasn't going to beat myself up over a really good day.
Well, it was an outstanding day. Now, the first round had 6 bogeys, the second round had 6 birdies, and today 7 birdies. Here's one of them here on the par 4 8th hole. How'd you feel there?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it was nice to see some putts drop, to be honest with you. It's been a little shaky on the greens recently, and I think I was just being a bit too exact about putting, and I think when you do that, you run the risk of losing the feel and the flow, which is really integral to making putts, and so I think that was something that I'm just glad to see come back in the golf game.
And there have been a few changes to this course. What have you noticed this time around?
The rough's thicker, and obviously the fairways have been brought in a little bit, which I kind of like, because I think, you know, it's got the reputation for being a driver golf course, and I think that it's something that has been improved because now you have to think about every shot, which has obviously, you know, changed the way that the course is played. The scores are different, and days like this become harder. When the wind blows, all of a sudden you're thinking about your lines really, you know, quite intensely on the tee, and I think that's been, you know, quite a good improvement for the golf course.
Well, thinking seems to be your game. You did psychology at Duke University, so perhaps the reason that maybe you turned pro a little later, a few years ago now, when you're around 25. What are you making of these young girls who are turning pro so early, and there's teenagers out on the course with you?
Yeah, I think it's great. There's girls out here, you know, like next week we've got a junior Kono who's playing, you know, got a sponsor's invite through the club championships. And when I was a member, I actually joined Victoria Golf Club at the age of 13, and they lowered the membership age to let me in. So, and I think there was one girl at the time that was within 15 minutes of me in Melbourne that, you know, could kind of swing a club. So it's just a different ballpark. I think we've got something like 45 juniors at Vic now, and it's unbelievable. So I have plenty of people to play with whenever I go home, and and I just think, you know, you bring the competition, and then all of the sports science is way better. The infrastructure is better with Golf Australia getting on kids and getting them involved a lot earlier, and they did a great job with me in terms of guiding me without pressure. And, you know, I think that having that mainframe set in for the girls from kind of 15 onwards is really important.
We'll be able to repay the faith when you return home to your home course next week. Plenty of people will be wanting to play with you there over the weekend. Are you looking forward to that?
Oh, I can't wait. I have honestly, I think I've been preparing for this moment for the last 15 years, and you know, it'll be nice to go out, because I used to go out at like 4 o'clock after school and pretend that there was a crowd there, and it would have looked a bit crazy, so it'll be nice to actually have people standing there watching me for a change. But no, I can't wait. I know I'll probably have jelly arms on the first tee, but once I get off, I know I'll just be really excited.
Well, there's no pressure, of course. It'll be on ABC One from next Thursday, and we're all looking forward to watching you play. Everyone from around the world, in fact, will be watching you, Alison Whittaker. Before that, of course, you've got another day here. Now, how does it feel that perhaps the attention of the Australian public has now turned to you after the events of yesterday afternoon? Did that thought process go through your head?
Yeah, it was interesting. Obviously, I was sorry to hear about what happened to Kari. I obviously don't know the details that much, but she's been unbelievable with the young pros, and you never want to see anything like that happen to anyone in golf, let alone someone that's been, you know, so inspirational for a lot of us. I have no doubt she'll probably come back next year and shoot 40 under and beat us all again. So hopefully she bounces back and shakes it up for next week.
I'm sure Kara's an absolute pro, so undoubtedly we'll see her back bigger and better than ever, and indeed even in Melbourne next week. But Alison, you will have a big day tomorrow. Are you feeling any pressure?
I wouldn't say I feel pressure, but it's definitely it's hard not to be aware when there's so many people around, leaderboards and flashing. So it's something that I've just got to get used to, and my golf game's improved, you know, exponentially over the last 12 months, and it's just, you know, kind of become a brainless thing, which is probably a good thing for me, but trying to cut that out as much as I can. But yeah, I'm excited. There's so much going on up here, and I just think that there's opportunities to be had, and I knew that going into today, and I was happy I made the most of them, and I'll just take the same approach and take it one shot at a time, as the old cliche goes. So, you know, just keep smiling.
We do like a cliche. Just before we let you go, our commentators were discussing how the leaders do perhaps check out the leaderboard to see where they are, what they need to do. Is that something you like to do?
I used to, and I think it started kind of playing into my game plan a little bit too much. I did it, yeah, sadly I did a lot with the cut line last year, where, you know, I missed like 5 cuts by 1 shot, and I was just too aware of everything. I think when you go into the day with an idea of what you have to shoot, rarely you come out with that number. So I think I just stuck to my game plan today as well. I knew I was up there because I was kind of surprised. I glanced at one of the leaderboards and I saw that the leaders were still at 9 under, and I knew that I was kind of skipping up that. So, and that surprised me a little bit, because obviously I had putts dropping. But yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I'll just try and look at my caddy more, I guess, and have some laughs. And we've been joking all day about how he's been making the perfect brew of Gatorade and water. So, and every time he does it, I critique it, and I'm like, oh, it's a good brew, or no, you've stuffed this one up. So it'll be fun. We find pleasure in the small things and try and stay in the moment.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching you do exactly that. Alison Whittaker, all the best for tomorrow.
Thanks
we look forward to seeing you play then, and of course next week in Melbourne. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like she's feeling any pressure whatsoever. The Victorian, no doubt, looking forward to next week, but big job to do tomorrow to finish off a good position for Ali Whittaker, at the moment tied for 6th at just 6 under.
Big putt for Camilla Lennart. Trying to stay within striking distance of our leader, Stacey Lee Bregman.
Oh, that had a big look. And that would have taken it to -10, but as it is, it's a tap in to stay 2 from the lead. I've been saying it hasn't been a huge moving day, but you get to the context of the finish line and it certainly adds a little. Minjee Lee with this long birdie putt.
Well, you've got 8 players within 6 shots of the lead, so it's congested at the top. This player being one of them, Minjee Lee. Oh, she has judged those long-range putts beautifully today. Lovely finesse around the greens.
Let's get back as Minjee's going to mark that ball. So let's get back to Bregman on 15. Just survived.
Well, it's been a long wait down here for Stacey Bregman, trying to have a go at this green. There's good-looking line.
Oh, just needed to keep travelling that little bit more, Sandy, but that is certainly in a good position. A little bump and run there, chase it up towards the hole, and if she could extend her lead at the top.
And Lee closes out. So she stays at 8 under with 2 holes to play on her 3rd round. Now let's rejoin Johnson on 15. She went a bit woody off the tee and had to chip out here. So this is her 3rd shot on 15, the par 5. Oh, and it looks like she's still giving herself a chance for birdie here. So wouldn't that be a snare after the mistake from the driver?
Well, the greens really are drying out because there is a considerable rise there, and that's still chased up towards the flag. Good chance for Johnson. 1 hole ahead on the 16th. Fine group featuring Charlie Hull, Katie Burnett and Camilla Lennart. The last of the par 3s. And it's normally always plays downwind, down grain, so it can be a very difficult green to hold. So ideally, you want to play it with a very lofted club to get it to land softly, trickle down towards the pin.
That wind certainly tugging the flag as if it's downwind again, as you suggested, Kate. So yeah, a lot of players, even when the wind hasn't been about, just struggling to hold balls on these slick greens.
So the longer players that can go in with lofted irons certainly have the advantage.
Needs to release. Doesn't. Solid, yet not spectacular from the Swede. From the looks of that, she just... We're not happy with the contact there.
Sometimes it's so easy to think so much about the shot. The greens are hard, it's downwind. Ooh, let me ease off a little bit. But that's certainly no problem for Lennart.
Well, this young lady needs something in the last 3 holes. Down to -4 now, so she's 3 over for the day. She mainly to a double bogey on 6 earlier on. 5 past 1 bogey on a back 9, and that's not going to help the cause.
She was fooled by the wind as well.
Let's go back to our last group, and this is the 3rd of Cheyenne Woods at 15. Not able to make the green in 2.
Come on, keep going.
Well, that's given herself a chance. So Woods has a birdie putt to move to -10. Now the last of our group, the par 3 16th.
Well, will Katie Burnett go to school on her playing partners? Just got to sit down. Just always tends to release, but no harm done there for Burnett, player from Sea Island, Georgia. Plays on both the Ladies European Tour and the LPGA.
Here's our leader, looking to put it close to perhaps find another birdie. I'll put it in for an eagle. Not shy. But that's probably not the desired finishing position. Downhill putt really did race through. So getting close to the close of the third round of the Ladies Masters at Royal Pines. Bregman by 2 from Leonard and Woods, her playing partners, and Lee and Johnson and Whittaker rounding out the first screen of our scoreboard on this third day. "17-year-old on 17.
It's a demanding tee shot. It certainly requires your total attention. Fearless, very easy to run out of fairway. That's just what's happened to Min Ji Lee, but that's no real problem for her. You have to be careful of the bunker on the right-hand side of the fairway. Flying over that is the ideal line.
And now this tough one back after, well, the chip just shot a bit long from the South African. This for a 3-shot lead, though. Didn't break. And that should be her 5 to stay at 11 under. But she's going to sit on it for a moment.
Interesting when you look at the top of the leaderboard, Quentin, how the leaders aren't really taking advantage of the golf course today. You know, you look there 1 under, 1 under, 1 over, 2 under for Min Ji Lee. But on Saturday, we know it is traditionally known as moving day. You do expect the players to jump up that little bit to have, you know, a good 4 or 5 under the card score. It's difficult out there. Changes in the golf course this year have certainly had an effect on the players. Now Johnson.
Doesn't like it. Well, that one up the hill, the easier of the 2 putts, and wanting to belt it away. So a frustrating 5. Let's get back to the par 3 and Charlie Hull. Just got a little rise to get over there before letting it release towards the flag.
Yes, it's a difficult green to read this as well. Elected to fly there.
Oh, will she hold it? Gee whiz, that was a wonderful piece of touch from the young Englishwoman. So that for par on 16. And now Cheyenne Woods to move back to -10 on an up and down day for her. This would get her back to par for the day and cut Bregman's lead in half. And she's done it. So Woods starting the day at -10. Has 3 to play and is still -10, having gone around about the place today.
Now Katie Burnett. Putting from 20-metre putt or so.
Dear me, it keeps on going.
It's very quick past that hole from where she was standing. Don't realise how quickly it falls away.
So Bregman takes her 5. And the lead is now just 1. Par for the leader and a birdie for the chasing Woods. And here's the 3rd in the progression. 9 under. Leonard for birdie. dead there for her 3.
Well, not much club for Min-Ji Lee, and the pin tucked on the right-hand corner of the green, 10 on and 8 from the right. Had the right idea, just needed to run out that little bit more. She's had a smile on her face all day today. Good composure out on the golf course.
Things are slipping away here for the American late on the 3rd day. Can't win it today, but the old saying goes. Oh, and that's a good save coming back. So 6 from the lead, 2 to play. And this is our last group, reaching 16. Par 3.
Always a challenging hole, this 16th, depending on the wind. And I'm just standing here. It seems to be gusting from a number of areas. Mostly behind the players, but just seems to be swinging around a little left to right every now and then. So a bit of a difficult pin placement, this front right pin, because if you get anything drifting a little too far right, it does tend to kick off the side of the bank. But all about the club selection. Elevated green to hit into.
Very easy to catch the player out, isn't it, Sandy? Especially where this pin is located.
Yeah, Kate, it just looks like there shouldn't be a lot to it, but we've seen in the past, you know, so much can happen on this hole, and you get a lot of mystical looks or mystery looks on the players, like what happened there, because it's just one of those holes that can just jump up and grab you. Cheyenne Woods, the first to go of these players.
You can see a ball marker on a peak of a cap there. That's actually a marker from the Royal Canberra Club.
Last year's Australian Open. 131 to the front, 144 to the flag. She's just to the left of the pin. Safe shot.
Good shot.
Another birdie opportunity. Let's get back to Min-Ji Lee at 17. Picked up her 2nd Australian amateur at the Grange a couple of weeks ago. Beat a 15-year-old Queenslander in that match play finals. Karis Davidson, just 15 years of age. And Min-Ji here. Oh, it falls in.
That's the way to do it.
This is a story developing at the Pines across the weekend. The 17-year-old to 9 under. And 2 from the lead.
Certainly well worth having another look at this putt. Staring it down. Just judges the distance quite beautifully. Slips in the side door, but she certainly pulls it out from the middle. Min-Ji Lee in contention once again. Yeah, so she defended her Australian amateur title, which she had won last year, where she also won the Australian girls title as well. First player to do so since 1975. Watch out for her. Now, Trish Johnson.
Tail breeze for Trish Johnson. Now that is a similar line just left of the flag, but it's got to get up.
Oh, Sandy, we've seen a number of players here come up short.
Let's go ahead to Lennart in a tie for 3rd at 9 under. So she's like this hole on Thursday and Friday. To be safely placed for an approach into the par 4, penultimate hole of the course. Back to Bregman with our last group, leading by 1.
Now Stacey Bregman's elected to go a little further left. She's right to the centre of the green. She's going to be a fair way away from the flag.
Big expansive greens here at Royal Pines. That's a long way from home. But on the dance floor, as they say, as the Gold Coast hinterland is in the background, and the numbers as we get late on this Saturday at the Ladies Masters for 2014. Bregman by 1 from Woods, by 1 from Lee, the 17-year-old from Western Australia, with the Swede Lennart also at -9. Johnson and Whittaker close enough, if good enough, come Sunday. And the other contenders as we get to the close of the 3rd day here at Royal Pines. Charlie Hull on 17.
Not going with the driver. And for good reason. It's a slight dogleg, the 17th. Narrows on the landing area. Ooh, she flirted with that bunker on the right-hand side. It'll be all right. She might well have a few blocked out a little bit by a tree just between her and the pin. Check in with that shortly. Now, Katie Burnett just struggled to get things going today. Couple over the card.
This is a shot that may have been fairway previously, but with the new rough here, that's in the second cut.
Yeah, it's a narrow landing area. That hole borders the Narang River that runs along the left-hand side of the 17th. This is our final group out here at Royal Pines Resort. And it's going to be the last couple of days that we'll see the golf course looking this way.
Well, as it stands, looks like Bregman and Woods will be together. Just who will be with them tomorrow? Potentially a 17-year-old Australian.
Well, I think it's going to be an intriguing battle, isn't it? When you look at the leaderboard, and there are a lot of names that really are not used to being at the sharp end of a leaderboard. You know, these would all be first-time winners, and the most seasoned player that we have is Trish Johnson, a 21-time winner worldwide, who's currently in 5th place. So I think it's going to be an enthralling battle to see who will prevail, because you haven't got Webb competing this weekend. You know, it's so rare not to have her.
And there's Singh's too far back. Kirk, it seems, is too far back. A couple of Headwall, too far. These names that they're not really at heel snapping distance, are they?
Jess Corder, who won on the LPGA season opener in the Bahamas, she's on 4 under.
Yeah, she's probably the one.
But yeah, coming back from 7. It's been done before. You know, players have come back from 9 behind. And, it is a course there for the taking.
So it looks like it's going to be Stacey Lee Bregman to play first with this very long birdie putt. South African to go to -12 on the 16th green.
And remember, this putt quickens if you go past the hole.
Hasn't hit it.
The very difficult putt. It's sometimes hard to see on television. Just that gentle slope that runs away from the player. Now here's Charlie Hull.
The light towers of the Carrara football ground in the distance.
Shot. She is very handy with those wedges in her bag. Charlie Hull. Seen a lot of good up and downs today from Hull, a 17-year-old from Kettering in the UK. Now that's Sandy with a slightly larger microphone.
We're just trying to get in touch with Sandy. Her handheld's not working, and the big effects microphone is right there. Well, unfortunately, you're not coming through, mate, but we can see you well placed. Let's see if Cheyenne Woods can rejoin the lead. Well, she's over this putt. Is she going to play next? I don't think so. Pretty sure that would be Johnson. Yep.
Now, Trish Johnson has taken a drop, and I'm not totally sure. I don't know if she's by a sprinkler head.
Yeah, it's probably the only thing I could think of out of that green. Sandy would tell us if she could, but getting word through that indeed it was a sprinkler head. So try one more time. Oh, no, happy with that one. Didn't roll far enough away to place it, but that'll do. And the flat stick So it looks like Johnson's now going to line up that putt. So let's catch up with the Swede on 17. Camilla Lennart with her approach to the par 4. Oh, that bites nicely. A birdie opportunity for Lennart to get into minus double.
Very realistic opportunity for the young Swede. Well, let's go back to Trish Johnson. Very much an outside chance of a birdie at the 16th.
Tracking nicely. Looks like a nice 3 coming up there. And now to the last. And Minjee Lee.
Very sunny disposition on the golf course, and that drive is good. Currently 3 under the card today, 9 under in her campaign. So really looking good going into this final round.
Lovely approach from Burnett. Well, there's a couple zeroing in at 17, and we've just had a bit of a delay on this par 3 16th for the ruling for Johnson, but now Woods gets over her birdie putt to rejoin Bregman in the lead. Never looked confident out of the blade, so she taps in for her 3, and after a word from Kate, it'll be Peter and Jane to rejoin you for the closing phases.
So Stacey Lee Bregman putted up to here. This is going to be a quick putt from where she is, just asking the crowd to not jangle their change too much or move about. It's amazing, a plane can fly overhead, a train can whiz around in the background, but if you hear the slightest movement, noise within the crowd, the players are distracted. I think that's such a difficult putt, and particularly hard part of the green to read on 16. So she drops a shot, goes back into a tie for the lead with Cheyenne Woods on 10 under.
There's the dark storm, that approach there with that missed putt. Charlie Hull bowled again. Charlie Hull perhaps hasn't the sort of day she thought she might when she strode onto the first tee, but Minjee Lee certainly has just 1 behind. 9 under par, a tremendous round. She played in a very relaxed frame of mind, even with that short tiddler of a putt missed, which was right out of character. She put it aside. She's holed a putt since. Now, Camilla Lennart to get within 1 of the lead.
Oh, a lovely solid stroke. Very, very nice. And she vaults up to 10 under par as well. So the plot is certainly thickening, Peter, isn't it? As we go back to young Minjee Lee from Royal Fremantle in Western Australia, coached by Richie Smith. And she was born a few months after I won my 2nd Australian Ladies Masters. It's a bit scary, isn't it? 1996.
1996. Just waiting for the green to clear. Just waiting for confirmation of that score on the leaderboard to adjust for Camilla Lennart. It's indeed for a share of the lead. Back to 17.
Putt should be just slightly left to right. Oh, and that was never online, Katie. It's disappointing. She had such a lovely approach.
So as it stands at the moment, we're going to have a new name on the trophy tomorrow. This could well be the name. Cheyenne Woods, 10 under par.
Opting to go with the 3-wood there so she doesn't run out of fairways. Oh, it just trundles into the rough, but that shouldn't be any problem for Cheyenne. Should be a good angle to approach that front right hole location. And Trish Johnson also going with the 3-wood.
Nice strong breeze, Jane, here in their backs coming down this 17th. Want to bring it down this left-hand side. And Trish is doing just that. That's going to be a really nice drive as well. Similar position.
Yeah, Trish played with us in the Legends Tour Handicap matches between the world and the US and was undefeated. And we managed to beat the US for the first time in its history. So we thank Laura Davies and Trish Johnson for helping us out.
Now, big shot here for Minjee Lee, the 18th. You can swoop here with a grand shot. Wants it to get left.
Well, the wind's blowing from right to left. Needs a good kick. And they've certainly thickened that rough area up there in front of the green. And fair enough, it's not that difficult a hole. Needs to have a little bit of trouble around the green. Now Bregman.
Just got to keep it nice and wide here. Keep away from that right-hand bunker. This is coming down the left-hand side as well. Won't travel as far as the other two, but it's just going to be in the left edge of the rough. Nope, no dramas.
Strides off, does the South Africa. Now at 18, Camilla Lennart after that birdie putt to take her into a share of the lead. Can launch one. Not incredibly long off the tee, but she's been pretty solid.
Yeah, and as a par 5, Peter, it was lengthened about 54 metres last year to go from a par 4 back to a par 5, which is how it originally started at the beginning of its era, the Ladies Masters. But with some wind helping from right to left, it's certainly reachable with 2 good shots. Took some good discipline to.
How do you do that?
To stop that. Actually, Tiger can stop it part way down. Now that's pretty talented.
Something unnerved to front right, maybe one of the swooping birds. It's a clickathon.
Wow. Very photogenic, Camilla Lennart. Oh, that's ideal.
It's in good position. And a rare display of emotion today from the ice-cool Swede, Camilla Lennart, on top in a 3-way tie for the lead. Stacey Lee Bregman and Cheyenne Woods at 10 under par. Minjee Lee with a chance for a birdie at the last. She has to get up and down. Trish Johnson at 8 under. She's battled some indifferent shots, but she still is there. Now we're back at the 18th, and Charlie Hull, this prodigious talent, can smoke one down there and maybe get 1 or 2 back at the last.
Now, Caddy said she'd been struggling a little bit off the tee the last couple of days, things drifting tad right. But they were working on it. And that one looks like it might have wandered off to the right as well.
Now, Katie Burnett. 2 bogeys on the back 9 today to go with a front 9 of 37. Leaves nothing in the bag, flies one down the 18th, and judging by the body language, that'll be okay. right in the middle. Now they're all key shots. This is tantalisingly close at the 17th. It's a great short hole, really. It's got a bit of flavour to it. So you can find trouble on the right. You can boom a tee shot a little bit too far this corner here, and now...
Yeah, they've certainly narrowed in this fairway. The rough juts out a lot more than it ever used to. Front hole location.
Always been a tough pin, this one, and she's right at it, but has she got enough? I think it's going to come up short.
Yeah, and I think, Sandy, you know, even though the rough is not that thick, it's just rather tricky to just make sure you get the ball first, isn't it?
And Jane, there's also the fact that it's a really strong breeze coming down in this short shot here, right behind them.
Trish Johnson staring it down, and it gallops on through to the back. So long range birdie putt for Trish Johnson. Well, here's a shot. The young West Australian amateur. Third shot to the 18th. She'd delight to have it close.
Oh, almost an eagle.
Careering through, unless it hit the pin, and it did. And then for a moment, gee, didn't drop for her.
I think we could say that was a fairly fortunate break. She has a pretty decent lie. Comes out perhaps a little lower than she's looking for.
Oh, it was 30 feet past, wasn't it?
Yeah, might have been. Might have been at least 20 to 30 feet. And now, very makeable birdie putt for the young Australian. And wouldn't that be a story? Last amateur to win this event was Amy Yang, who was residing and playing golf in Rabina. Now a winner on the LPGA as we watch Cheyenne.
97 metres, Jane, for Cheyenne. Decent tailwind. This looks really good. It's a perfect line if it kicks up.
Oh, will it go in?
Oh.
Very close. A super shot.
Oh, there's that $1 million smile, isn't it?
Would light up any dark night. A sensational performance by Cheyenne Woods. She's going to perhaps have the outright lead. She might have a share of it. So much can happen in the final 10 or 15 minutes of play here today.
Well, that's the fun part about having the 18th hole be a par 5.
Minjee Lee, just a super talent, a wonderful demeanour, and a chance to make a little slice of her own history, which is growing by the month. Lots of the players here today too have had a moment in the mental abyss. She had one too with that little tiddler she missed. Likewise, there have been a couple of double bogeys here and there from the leading contingent, but just to show the powers of refocusing and how much importance you place on that part of the game. It's the recovery from the mistake, from that error. Just put it away, move to the next shot. This now is for birdie to go into a share of the lead.
Not much in this putt. Don't give the hole away. No problem, Minjee Lee.
Moves it straight in. For the moment, she has a share of the lead at 10 under par, rounds of 69, 69 and 68. And a little bit of fortune at the last with her third shot hitting the pin, but she's taken full advantage of it.
Well, you know, golf, you make your own luck, I think. And, you know, kudos to Minjee. She played a terrific round today. Good effort. Now, Katie Burnett. Waiting for the green to clear, can easily reach.
pretty good. Just really release. Not that happy with the proceedings. It's just a little up and down for a birdie too. Nothing to be too upset about. Now, Stacey Lee Bregman, the co-leader, third shot, needs this close.
Has to make sure she hits it firm enough through that fringe.
Oh, that's a grand effort too. And she's got to stay at 10 under par. Disappointed it didn't go in.
Charlie wasn't wasting any time, was she, Peter? She's almost over there in our commentary box.
Upset the apple cart. Well, the patrons have been there for hours just enjoying the passing brigade. What a spot too. The breeze gently on the face. We've got the chicken and lettuce sandwich they've put away. Maybe a lemonade.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You do? Okay.
Anywhere around Higgy's ball is fine.
Yep.
Nearly
I
go.
think it's going to be short of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Short's
that
better.
or looking at a cut with the tree, so
Okay. Short's better then.
yeah. Nearly take a right at that gap.
Yeah.
Nearly at the oar.
They appear to be settled with the line and the club.
Burn. Burn.
The caddies having a chat. Shorts. And a similar shot to a lot of the players here today. It's really hard to get it through that neck.
You really
The
have
boys
to
coming
fly it
across.
to the front of the green there, Peter.
Trish Johnson. Long attempt for birdie. Back at the 17th. Run it out. Oh, that's a terrific putt. Never really looked like it was going in, but just kept on going and going.
Bit of a wry smile there from the veteran. Just a couple more revolutions.
Taps in, remains two behind as Trish Johnson now. Cheyenne Woods, the birdie putt for the outright lead. A tap in, you like them.
Well, I give her a lot of credit. She came back from a bit of a dodgy start, a few birdies in the first 4 holes, and now she's back on top of the leaderboard. Well done.
With the 18th in front.
Indeed.
Cheyenne Woods, 11 under par. What a developing story. I certainly hope you can join us tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, it has been a very impressive performance to come back today for Cheyenne Woods. This is going a little down the right centre, but it's going to be in good shape. No drama at all.
Yeah, putting stroke looked a little shaky there in the middle. But,
yeah, Jane, and she also, her tee shots were just a little anxious more than anything early, just a little bit of nerves, but she seems to have really settled down well. Now, Trish Johnson, oh so close to holing an amazing putt on that last hole for a birdie. She'd love to pick up one on this par 5 just to keep her close to that pack of leaders.
Wind direction on this hole, Sandy?
Coming straight into them. Now that is moving to the left-hand side. It's going to miss the fairway, and it's just going to depend on how that is lying. Remember, it is a par 5 this year, thankfully. Stacey Lee Bregman, I should say, the last of this group to go. She's been really, really solid today. It's been a really good performance by her. She's left a few out here today, but it's been an all-round good effort.
She has hit a couple of smoking drives.
Good solid contact again, just going down the centre. This is really good.
Yeah, I like her golf swing. Very fundamentally sound, aggressive. She's not a big girl. She gets the most out of her golf game. It'll be interesting to see how mentally she holds up, not ever having won before.
Well, that's going to be the challenge for
all these players, except for Trish Johnson. And we know Minjee Lee can win amateur events. Can she do a Lydia Ko and win a professional event?
Well, that's going to be a massive talking point tomorrow to see how they all handle the pressure, the chance of the first win and a big win on the path into the Australian Open. Now, Charlie Hull, that we understand, is waiting for a ruling on the 18th. And there it is. Oh, it's just a free drop. There's some television cables. There's a rope. The spectator container. She could just
mark the ball, move the cables.
Move the cables. Take the pole out.
If you know what I mean? So it should bounce fairly much straight, and then as you say, break to the left.
Oh, I apologise for the bird life. Making a lot of racket. And if you're not sure of the rules, it's always best to ask for an official.
Mark it. We do some lip reading. Here's the marker.
Yep, move the cables. Make sure you don't move the ball, but if you do move the ball, you'll be able to replace it. Quite the contingent trying to...
Someone's worked hard to get that stake in.
I would say.
Now this is the third shot. Look at 17. I might be happy with that.
No, that was not good contact. You could
at
hear
18,
it was a little chunky.
say. That's up ahead at 18, of course.
You're going to have to move.
And the body language.
Sorry, Bella.
That's all right.
It's not quite what it should be. The purpose in the stride. Up ahead. So 15 players within 7 shots. Is it the sort of course now with the changes that you can see someone coming with a blistering round, with a Kari Webb type 63 or 62?
You know, Peter, I think a lot of it's going to depend on the wind. I think there could be a player sort of in the middle of the round, middle of the pack, that goes out a little bit early before the wind comes up, that could shoot, you know, 6 or 7 under. But I don't really see that many of those players up at the top falling away. So I would say 4 or 5 shots of the lead has a good chance.
It's a little bit of a weight down the fairway as a result. The way is clear now for Charlie Hull.
And a reasonable amount of green to work with here at 18. Just 8 steps from the left, so...
Guys, you're not stand really still, thanks.
And again, that bold approach, there's no half measures. She flies it up, it came out a little bit hot, and now she's got a long attempt for birdie, rather than just perhaps playing that different shot.
Yeah, I think it needed to have just a little bit more height, a little bit more finesse. You can't get much spin, much purchase on the ball out of that Bermuda around the greens. A little bit of an anxious wait, perhaps, for Cheyenne. We're talking to her caddy, Will Swift, who she met over in New Zealand, is going to caddy for her again next week. I said, are you going to go to America and maybe caddy the Symetra tour with her? She says, well, we're going to take it week by week. So no commitment there.
No commitment. So there's a queue, the trucks and the distance. Packed up some of the gear, they're heading home.
Now with the cross-handed putting stroke, can the young Swede make a birdie to tie Cheyenne Woods in the lead. It's about 25-footer. That was less than adequate.
And has left a little bit of work to do at the last, and we've seen a succession of players, not all of them on camera, but our commentary box is close to the 18th. It's a tough hole to find today.
Now, these greens don't have a lot of slope on them, Peter, but they are subtle. You know, you've got the grain to think about, you've got the wind to think about, and they're in pretty good condition this year. They're certainly a lot drier than we've seen them in recent years. I think that's one thing the players are having trouble adjusting to.
Now this splendid young talent from England, can she zero in this birdie to get it to 5 under? A good stroke, but slid by the right side, as so many have done today for Charlie Hull. She's going to finish the day with, that one goes in, and it should, 5 under. Now after that poor shot, the poor third from close range, birdie putt for Katie Burnett to also see if she can get it to 6 under par.
Another one just wanders off to the right. You know, and you're just kicking yourself. You've hit 2 pretty good shots. You've got a reasonable little chip and a putt for a birdie. And then you just get underneath your chip shot, hit it a little bit heavy. And it's hard once you've done that with your chip shot, Peter, to keep your focus and say, I can still make a birdie, and not get so disappointed. Now, Camilla has a little bit of work left to do here. I would say a good 5 feet left for her par.
To remain at 10 under par. It's been a good day so far, 2 under for the day. Oh, well, she waited for an eternity over the putts. And another one.
Another one, yeah. We saw Alison Whittaker 3-putt for a bogey.
Jessica Corder missed a short one too, or birdie, I think it was. Well, that's a waste. After a fine day out, Camilla Lennart makes an error at the last and drops to 9 under par. 70, 66, 71. Still well played. Charlie Hull finishes at 4 under par for the tournament. Charlie Hull, a 75 today, 2 over par. Back down the fairway. The last group approach. Shadows lengthening. It's been just a picture-perfect day on the Gold Coast. And a great entree to the final round, which is going to provide some thrills and spills, some young talent out there, a lot of young talent, a veteran campaigner with 21 career wins. It's all before us. Cheyenne Woods, the leader, with a second shot. Can she find the green? Struck pretty well. Going to hold its line. Oh, just evades the bunker. That's pretty good.
That's in good shape. It's pretty straightforward up and down from a fairway lie.
an exhalation of perhaps satisfaction, relief. Trish Johnson, second from the light rough. Well struck as well.
She likes the look of that one.
Oh, that's pretty good as well. So 2 fine approaches. Yeah, no problem. Stacey Lee Bregman to complete this trifecta of players at the last. Hung it out to the right. Well, she wanted that badly, but still hasn't finished up.
It's not ideal, but, you know, you can still recover from that. Perhaps not an eagle opportunity, but she can get up and down for a birdie.
Which is what she wanted at the top. Cheyenne Woods with a birdie chance. Who knows? She could chip in for eagle. Third round of the Ladies Masters. Let's go down to hear from the young Australian amateur Minjee Lee. Sandy.
Well, doesn't the future of Australian golf look fantastic? 17 years of age and star of the show, Minjee Lee. Great round of 4 under 69.
Thank you. It was a little bit windy today, but yeah, I got it together and made some putts and yeah.
And that was a big factor today because we were told the wind was going to be down a little bit, but it was actually quite strong out there. Conditions were tough, and a lot of the players did find it pretty challenging, but that's where your 4 under has really bounced you up that leaderboard.
Yeah, when I got here it wasn't too bad, and I was like, oh, it might be really nice today, but when I teed off it got quite windy, so yeah, just really everything was pretty steady and some of my putts dropped, so yep.
Yeah, I was going to say you would be pretty impressed with the putting today. That was really, really solid, wasn't it? So you're always going to score well when you're putting well.
Yeah, definitely. Some of my putts were really long, and I guess I kind of got lucky as well, but no, I putted pretty solid today, so it helped me a lot.
A lot of really good iron shots, though, to set up those birdies?
Yep, some were good and some were not so good, but yeah, my birdies were good birdies, so.
All right, now you talk about a little lucky. Let's talk about being a little lucky on the 18th, or was that a planned attack? That looked like it was going a long way through that third shot.
I know how I was looking at it and I was like, thank God it hit the hole. Yeah, no, a little bit of luck there.
We know you're young, but you have a wealth of experience. I mean, you've won amateur events all around the world, and you are one of the stars of the amateur scene. You've got a big year ahead of you because you're going out just to play a whole full year of golf and see how you go.
Yep, this year is basically my gap year. I just finished school, and yeah, I'm going to try and play in some pro tournaments and see how I go, and maybe at the end of the year go Q school. So yeah.
Very excited to be watching you tomorrow. Now, good luck come Sunday.
Thank you.
17-year-old Minjee Lee in the mix in the Ladies Masters at Royal Pines. It's a wonderful thing, sport.
Well, I think Golf Australia should be very proud of that young lady. Certainly a huge talent, and who knows what her future will hold, but it's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure. See that youthful exuberance. It's kind of fun to listen to, isn't it, Pete? Now, this is not that difficult to chip. There's plenty of green to work with. Choice of club, certainly personal. There's a lot of green to work with, so you could hit a little bit lower face shot and kind of trundle it up there.
From this range, for these 3 players, we should be seeing 3 birdies.
Oh, easily, yes, certainly. And perhaps the odd chip in. I wouldn't be surprised if Cheyenne Woods chipped it in. She's got a perfect lie over there in the fairway. Wants to play this a little bit back in a stance, make sure she contacts the ball first in this rough.
came out awkwardly.
That was a remarkably poor effort. And, you know, it's interesting. A few people have said this young lady has a lot of talent, has a little bit of trouble closing it out. Maybe it's nerves. You know, mentally perhaps not quite as strong as she needs to be. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out tomorrow. But that was really not a good effort.
Cheyenne Woods, an eagle possibility. Super shots.
Oh, come on, Cheyenne, one more foot.
Oh, that'll be a tap-in birdie.
And I really like the way she played that. She was on a bit of a downslope, Peter, played a fairly straight-faced shot, didn't try and land it on the green, landed it short, just let it run up. Really well done.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Bregman still has a birdie putt too, but Cheyenne Woods has come back strongly in the back end of this round and looks very composed. He's played some wonderful golf. Potentially Trish Johnson can hold this too to get to 10 under. It's online.
Keep going, keep going. Lovely.
Well played also. So she'll probably look back at today and see a couple of errant drives and think, gee, still there.
Oh, for sure.
And the putter not working as it was yesterday.
It's pretty hard to follow up a day of 22 putts on the green. I don't care who you are. That is exceptional putting. Hold a couple from off the green as well. And now, Peter, I think this is very important mentally for Stacey Bregman. She can make a birdie here and get to 11. She's going to forget about that ordinary little chip shot.
Yeah.
But if she doesn't make it, she's going to be kicking herself a little bit tonight. The last few holes, dropping some shots. So a birdie putt to get to 11 under.
Oh, that's a super effort.
Yeah.
She finishes in style, Stacey Lee Bregman. And now has a springboard into tomorrow. 68, 66, 71. And a great putt.
And a nice stroke, kept her head nice and still. Right in the middle of the hole, good pace. And yeah, you can see how much that meant to her. Well done.
Well, that was the tap in for Woods. She wasted no time and she regains the outright lead at 12 under par briefly. That was about as brief as you could hold a share of the lead, I think. Stacey Lee Bregman at 11 under par. And now Trish Johnson to get to 9 under. She obliges. Well played, Trish Johnson. Certainly in the hunt. Just 3 shots behind as we complete round 3 of the Ladies Masters with Cheyenne Woods leading at 12 under par. The Woods name atop the leaderboard. She started the day in a share. She has it alone now, Cheyenne Woods, after a great finish. 4 birdies in the last 5 holes for Cheyenne Woods. 12 under par, Stacey Lee Bregman 11 under. Minjee Lee, the Australian amateur, just 17 years of age at 10 under. Camilla Lennart in the hunt as well. And on down through to Katie Burnett and Joanna Clatton at 4 under par amongst a host of players at the Ladies Masters.
What an absolute treat for fans of women's golf. Kate Burton, former England international, you've been in commentary all day. What a fascinating day's play.
Oh, and what an intriguing battle it's going to be tomorrow. There are so many players in the hunt. 15 players within 7 shots, all to play for, and so many new names at the top of the leaderboard. We're going to have a new champion here.
Well, at top of the leaderboard is Cheyenne Woods. A lot of pressure on her young shoulders, and hasn't she handled herself admirably?
She really has, because it was a slightly topsy-turvy start to her round. There are a couple of bogeys early on, and then she made some good birdies. Here she is at the 3rd, rolling in a lovely birdie putt that got her back on track after making a bogey at the 2nd. And then up ahead on the 9th. This is for an eagle chance. 2 big blows to get in on the green here and 2 on 9. So not to be with the eagle, but she duly tapped in for a birdie. So even par for her front 9, and then the back 9, she really found her mojo. 14th hole, birdie putt, and the flat stick started to weave its magic for her and then finished beautifully on the 18th. So we have Woods at the top of the leaderboard, and it's not normally the Woods that we come to expect at the top of the leaderboard.
No, it's wonderful to see her there now. Speaking of the leaderboard, do you expect to see her stay there?
It's so difficult because when she started out today, she was somewhat beset by nerves. You know, she had 3 bogeys, 3 pars, 3 birdies on her front 9. And this is the rarefied air for her to be leading the charge going into a final round. You look at the top of it, though, it's Trish Johnson, who's the most seasoned player. On the leaderboard as you go down, all these young players, Min Sung Kim, Shiyu Lin and So Yun Lee at just 16 years old. So we are without doubt going to see a new Ladies Masters champion. Who it's going to be is anyone's guess. It really is going to be an intriguing battle out there. I think if Trish Johnson can hold her nerve, she says she's playing well, got a new set of clubs, but she's got the experience, 21 wins that these players don't have, then I think she's in with a really good chance.
She sure does, but it was not one of those players who got our shot of the day. Have a look at this, Kate Burton, as selected by former world #1 and 2011 Australian Ladies Masters champion Yanni Singh.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue with Yanni Singh. How good was this eagle putt from Yu Yan Zhang? Seriously, putting from a different postcode from where she started, and if she could roll in more putts like that, then she's certainly going to enter the fray.
Absolutely extraordinary. We cannot wait for tomorrow. Kate Burton, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you.
Great, can't wait.
And look forward to seeing all of you. You can join us from 1:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time back here at the Royal Pines Resort on the Gold Coast, and we will find out who is the 2014 Volvik RACV Ladies Masters champion. Of course, next week, Thursday to Sunday, join us at the Victoria Golf Club in Melbourne for the Australian Open. What a treat that will be as well. But thank you for your company today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. It's going to be a wonderful day. Join us then. Bye for now.
With Woods, yeah.
They're going to do that. They're going to use this for the opener in the morning, so they may not want me in. Or chat.
I guess we'll just do an interview. It's with Woods, isn't it?
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah. I guess I'll just frame up her, and then it's
I would, because
all good, then I can
they're going to use it tomorrow in the opener.
Okay.
So
cool.
I'm guessing they don't want me. It's not an after.
Okay. Cool.
Or they'll use it morning and say after yesterday's record. I don't think it doesn't matter.